Chapter 172. That wine shop youth did not agree. He agreed, but invited one person. He wants to ask if forefather can travel with him.
Who?
Gongzi Su, a student of Fish Sun Sword School. What is his background? An orphan of Chongling's Drum Tower Alley. He cultivated with Fish Sun Sword School's Liu Huanghe since childhood, so he is different from ordinary students. Is there a problem with the source? There is no problem. The vice principal of Fish Sun Sword School and I are old friends. What he said is the same as the information I received from multiple teachers. In that case, let them come over. The sunlight grew brighter, and the spring light seemed to seep through the thin carriage curtains and onto Forefather Ju's body. Forefather Ju did not look at Ju Yunhai's retreating figure, but looked darkly at his bulging belly. Ju Yunhai had personally inquired about this information and verified it from many sources, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, a student from the Fish Sun Sword School following him didn't seem to affect his entire plan. However, for some reason, he felt that the actions of this wine shop youth were beyond his expectations and faintly brought him some unknown threat. Two youths quickly walked over, and their youthful figures entered his hazy eyes. His eyes seemed to welcome a sunrise. The haze quickly disappeared and was replaced by warmth and benevolence. A wave of gentle aura gently exuded from his body, slowly parting the carriage curtains to the sides. He carefully looked at Fu Su. Fu Su wore a blue robe that had been washed until it was white. He had a handsome appearance, clean features, and exceptionally transparent eyes. But when he sensed Forefather Ju looking at him, he blushed slightly. Such a shy and clean person usually only existed at the bottom. If he really had some background, he would not have been allowed to go to a place like Deer Mountain. Forefather Ju's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. He thought that it was because he had not left Ink Garden for a long time, so he thought too much after entering Changling. What threat could a youth like this pose to him? He smiled warmly and beckoned to Ding Ning and Fu Su, saying, "Come here." When he walked in front of this old man, Fu Su was slightly shocked. He had not expected Forefather Ju to be so amiable, completely different from the vicious old nobility of the legends. But at this time, he felt a weak wave of yin energy come from Forefather Ju's body and enter his own. He immediately realized that this forefather was investigating his cultivation. He should be the only youth in Changling who had reached Realm 5. For his identity, this kind of cultivation that was too astounding for his age was the greatest flaw. But he was certain that Forefather Ju could not detect his true cultivation. So like Ding Ning in the past, he did not seem to sense anything and allowed this weak yin energy to flow through his body. It's only level 3 middle class. His meridians are weak, and not good cultivation material. Sensing the strength of Fu Su's vital energy, and then feeling that it was weak compared to ordinary cultivators, and narrow meridians that were not conducive to vital energy flow, Forefather Ju's self-deprecation grew. True satisfaction flowed onto his face. "Have you prepared everything that needs to be prepared?" he asked as he retracted the weak vital qi. Ding Ning answered curtly and respectfully, "Everything is prepared." This kind of acting was not a pleasant thing. Forefather Ju, who had always seen black and white, was not used to the bright spring scenery. So after these words, he immediately felt impatient. The curtain slowly closed. His voice came from behind the curtain, saying, "In that case, you too can board the carriage. We will depart immediately." Ding Ning and Fu Su walked towards a carriage in the back. Only when he lifted the curtain and bowed into the carriage did an imperceptible cold and disdainful expression appear at the corners of his mouth. If you can sense the true progress of Fu Su's cultivation method, then why did the dynasties, and even the great rebels, do all they could, even sacrificing powerful cultivators, to figure out the true progress of the Yuanwu emperor? The wheels started to roll. Ding Ning, who had not had much to do with this event, started to depart. Ding Ning's mind calmed down again. No conspiracy could win against the general trend. Now, he had grasped the general trend. Ding Ning, who had not needed to go to Deer Mountain, started to depart. Many people in the world had started to depart, and many were preparing to depart. The northernmost part of the Qin dynasty originally belonged to the Zhao lands. But further north, past the Yin Mountain, was an endless desert. Even the former Zhao dynasty stopped at the Yin mountain, and did not expand their lands into this desert. The most barren and unsuitable places for people to live in would often have people living there. In the depths of the desert, there were many tribes that lived by herding. In one of the tribes by the scorching river, a shaman-like man with messy hair sat cross-legged in front of a fissure spewing earth fire. On the black rock condensed from lava in front of him, there were countless scratches used to record time. "It is time to depart," he sighed. His voice did not have the accent of this tribe, nor did it have the accent of the former Zhao dynasty. It was the accent of the former Han dynasty. When he stood up, the flames spewing out of the fissure in front of him suddenly became fierce. They instantly rose to a shocking height of several hundred zhong, illuminating half of the desert sky red. The black smoke produced by the flames rolled towards the distant horizon like dark clouds. It gave people the feeling that the earth fire here had been forcibly suppressed by him all this time, which was why it had only just reached the height of the fissure. Amidst the raging underground fire, which had reached a height of thousands of feet, a red pill was spinning in the air. It looked like a pill, but at the same time, it looked like some kind of metal object. The man, who looked like a desert adept, opened his mouth and swallowed the red pill. A ball of red mist spread from his body. Then he started to walk and depart. Some people's departure was earth-shaking and caused worldly phenomena, but some people's departure was silent. Li Lingjuan's caravan had changed directions and left Wu Mountain for a long time. On the second morning after Ding Ning left Changling, two Qi dynasty cultivators dressed in black robes with their hair tied into 3 bundles appeared on a mountain path of Wu Mountain. The slightly older man of the two closed his eyes and listened for a long time. Then he turned to look at his younger companion and said softly, "They have come." The young cultivator's face was immediately filled with excitement. He said, "If this person is really someone from the Qin who is extremely useful to the Deer Mountain Conference, we have done a great service to the Qi dynasty today." The older man looked coldly at him. He did not show any excitement, and felt a hint of coldness. It was not that he was not loyal to the dynasty, but he was not as inexperienced as this young cultivator. If, according to the intelligence reports, this person was someone that the Yuanwu emperor of the Qin dynasty had specially sent from a distant place, then how could this person be ordinary? "What, Official Chen, are you very nervous?" The young cultivator looked at his gaze and smiled proudly. He said, "The two of us are working together, and this is an ambush. Even if this person is someone important, even if he is one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty, we can defeat him. Why be so cautious? Do not speak." The older man's expression changed slightly and he suddenly shouted. The young cultivator raised an eyebrow slightly and had a disapproving expression. On the mountain path far away from them, a carriage was traveling. The forests of Wu Mountain were thick and shrouded in mist. There were also the sounds of countless birds and beasts in the forest. Even if they spoke loudly, even if the person in the carriage had hearing multiple times that of ordinary people, they could not hear. The older cultivator was able to sense the arrival of this carriage because he had made some secret arrangements on the mountain path ahead of time. This was a secret method that belonged to his sect, and outsiders could not know of it. But at this time, the person in the carriage who had been sleeping with his eyes closed suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of him and the young cultivator. The person in the carriage was a man in his 30s. His features were delicate, but he gave off an indescribable golden energy. He was clearly only wearing the most ordinary blue robes, but every part of his body, his hair, every line of his facial features, and even the creases of his clothes were like sharp swords, dazzling to the eyes. The older cultivator of the Qi dynasty could not see the person in the carriage, but at this time, his eyes felt a stabbing pain. The sword essence of the person in the carriage had pierced through the cold air and arrived in front of him from such an astounding distance. Who was the person in the carriage? His breathing stopped completely at this moment, and the blood in his body turned extremely cold. At this time, the carriage driver wearing a bamboo hat at the front of the carriage bowed slightly and suddenly exerted force in his hands. The eyes of the two seemingly inconspicuous grey horses suddenly turned blood red and they started to exert force. In the blink of an eye, the raging sound of iron hooves covered all other noises and turned into a terrifying music with a murderous intent. The older cultivator's expression changed dramatically. He shouted and attacked first. A black bone staff appeared in his hand, and as he crazily poured his true essence into it, 2 huge black flowers suddenly formed in front of him. It was also at this moment that the person in the carriage far away had already flown out of the carriage. With just one step, the person in the carriage seemed to become a flying sword. The young chi cultivator's expression changed in shock. Just as he heard the sound of silk tearing in the air, he saw a sword path appear in the air. An indigo figure was coming through the air. Chapter 173. The young cultivator was a disciple of a secret sect in Qi. While young, he had reached Realm 6. He was a rare cultivation genius in the last few decades. He had just left the sect and could not help but be proud. But an expert was an expert. With a shout, he used all of his power. His body quickly withered like a dried flower. There was a muffled sound. A cluster of black flame that was as thick as ink surged out of his hand. Inside the black flame was a fist-sized black skull that was pieced together by countless tiny crystals. As he shouted, the black skull seemed to have a life of its own. It let out an unbelievably sharp screech. Countless insects, birds, and beasts in the surrounding mountains and forests had just started to feel fear. Before they knew what had happened, they had already died amidst these mournful cries. Some of the energy in their bodies naturally seeped out, gathering towards the black skull. Countless sound waves turned into tangible paths in the air and fell towards the azure figure in the air like dancing zither strings. The azure-robed cultivator flying in the air had an indifferent expression. Looking at the young cultivator's withered body and the dancing sound waves in the air, the corners of his mouth curled up in a disdainful smile. Blood sacrifice art, Ghost King's killing sound, from the Ghost Sound sect. His body did not even make any obvious movements. As he spoke, streams of breaths that came out from his mouth turned into substantial sword intents. They brought out streams of astonishing air currents and instantly slashed through all the sound waves that were charging toward him. The young cultivator's body suddenly shook, as if he was smashed by an invisible mountain. That black skull in the black flames in front of him trembled, releasing terrifying screeches, and actually directly flew back, smashing into his palm. This black skull had originally come out of the young cultivator's palm. It had clearly merged with his vital energy and become a life bond item of his vital energy. Yet, for some reason, it did not merge with his body. With a bang, this skull was like another person's weapon and fiercely collided with his palm. His sleeve immediately shattered into countless pieces that flew around his arm. The meridians in this young cultivator's arm exploded like hemp ropes that couldn't bear the power. Before he could give off a scream, the young cultivator's body fell back and flew backwards. In a flash, he smashed into the forest behind him like a stone thrown from a catapult. At this time, the azure-robed cultivator, who was even faster than ordinary flying swords, finally attacked. A thick black sword appeared in his hand. The surface of this thick sword was full of uneven textures, like pieces of dragon scales. When the older Qi cultivator saw this sword, he understood this person's true identity. He knew that with the power he had just activated, he could not stop this person's sword. So, the moment the 2 strange black flowers formed in front of him, he smashed the black bone staff in his hand towards the ground in front of him. There was an explosion. When the black bone staff touched the ground in front of him, it exploded into countless triangular bone fragments. Each fragment spun violently and charged into the air. Black threads of light flowed out of the cracks of these fragments. They intersected and formed a black beam of light with unknown facets that surged towards the azure-robed cultivator. The azure-robed cultivator was still cold, but the disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared. The long sword in his hand slashed down without any fancy moves, but every scale on the sword lit up one after another like lamps. When all the scales were completely lit up, a dragon's roar came from his sword. The tip of his sword glowed with a golden sand-like light, and a terrifying aura gushed out from it. The golden sand immediately grew and turned into a golden dragon. The golden dragon was very large, and it didn't look like it was formed by the condensation of the Qi of heaven and earth. Instead, it looked like a real thing. The scales on its body were as brilliant as the purest gold, but they were also slightly transparent, and they were emitting a terrifying pressure and light. This is the dragon scale sword of Fenghu province. This person is General Shen Wei's military pay. How can he be so strong? The young Qi cultivator who had smashed through dozens of trees had just landed on the ground. He sat in a pile of broken wood with all his bones shattered. Looking at the golden dragon, he did not dare to believe his eyes and perception. The golden dragon swooped down and swallowed the black light and the two black flowers that emerged from the ground. The enormous body slid across the ground. The older Qi cultivator's body was drowned in the golden flames. Where the golden dragon brushed against the ground, there were explosions and two balls of thick smoke. You can take one of my attacks. It seems that you are Luo Chenkai of Qixin Yuan sect. The azure-robed cultivator landed and said slowly as he looked at the dust in front of him. In the dust, the older Qi cultivator's figure slowly appeared. He was still standing, but his robes were riddled with holes. Blood seeped out of them. Hearing the azure-robed cultivator's calm and cold voice, the older Qi cultivator wiped away the blood on his face and sighed. I thought that it may be a marquis, and that it may be General Shen Wei, but I had not expected you to be so strong. The Qin dynasty only had one General Shen Wei, Fang Xiong of Fenghu province. This azure-robed cultivator was naturally Fang Xiong. Fang Xiong looked at the older Qi cultivator and said coolly, my Fenghu province has been the leader of the 13 marquises' establishments in Changling these years. Of course, I did not rely on my younger brother who has been sitting for more than a decade. Hearing this explanation, the older Qi cultivator stilled slightly and seemed to understand. I took the imperial order to come to Deer Mountain from here. This is a secret matter. Fang Xiong looked at him and said, I want to know where your information came from. After a pause, Fang Xiong looked into his eyes and said seriously, it is not easy for you to have such cultivation. I am not greedy. If you tell me where your information came from, I will let you leave. The older Qi cultivator smiled slightly, his smile exceptionally proud and determined. As a Realm 7 cultivator, he naturally had his pride. Even though he had underestimated the strength of this person for some reasons, he knew what the Qi dynasty needed the most. For people like him, their personal life and death was not as important as the glory and prosperity of a dynasty. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a great price. The older Qi cultivator smiled, looked at Fang Xiong and said, you should know that since I have come here, it is not just a simple probe. The Deer Mountain Conference is near. Your emperor does not need a general who cannot express his power, but the support of you at your peak. So it is not a matter of whether you let me leave, but whether I let you leave. Fang Xiong nodded. Looking at this Qi cultivator who did not fear death, he said coolly, your words are reasonable, but you are wrong about one thing. In order to keep you here, I may not have to act. This Qi cultivator suddenly sensed something and looked in disbelief at the mountain path behind Fang Xiong. Fang Xiong arrived through the air in just an instant. However, the carriage that carried him had already appeared on the mountain path not far behind Fang Xiong. The eyes of the two grey horses were burning with a blood-like brilliance, and their hooves were also burning with blood-red flames. What was most astounding was the carriage they were dragging. There were countless black insects on the two wheels of the carriage. The wings of these black insects flapped astoundingly, and the power they carried was enough to support the weight of the entire carriage. The entire carriage seemed to be floating in the air, flying several feet above the ground. Unusual GU path. The older Qi cultivator looked at this scene. He finally sensed that the power that caused the carriage to change like this came from the carriage driver sitting on the carriage. The young cultivator who was sitting on the broken wood suddenly cried out in pain. He looked in terror as his chest suddenly split open like a watermelon. A dark red insect flew out of the open flesh and charged towards the back of the older Qi cultivator like a flying sword. The older cultivator of Qi took a deep breath. As he inhaled, countless strands of black yin energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the air around him. The black yin energy surged into his body, but his body did not swell because of this. Instead, it became even more compact. His flesh and blood contracted, turning black like iron and wrapping tightly around his bones. There was a muffled sound. The dark red insect hit his back. His body did not move at all, but the dark red insect that contained the true power of the flying sword turned to dust. It was also at this time that the 2 grey horses that had already mutated let out a neigh, and the entire carriage swept over his head. There was an explosion in the air. The black whip in the hand of the carriage driver suddenly fell down and wrapped around the older chi cultivator. The black energy around the chi cultivator shook, and the black whip immediately split into countless pieces. But this chi cultivator's pupils contracted violently. He saw that each piece of the broken black whip was a finger-long black worm. Corpse-eating demonic insect. The chi cultivator recognized these black insects, but he did not have time to react. Dozens of these black insects jumped on his body that was harder than iron. In a flash, countless holes appeared on his body, and primal energies of the universe surged out along with roiling black energy. He looked in disbelief at the holes on his body and slowly fell forward. Fang Xiong's body flew up and landed on the carriage. A genius who reached Realm 6 at such a young age, and a Realm 7 Grandmaster. Does the Qi dynasty really have so many powerful cultivators? He said coldly to himself as he entered the carriage. Chapter 174. The black-winged insects attached to the wheels of the carriage flew up, gathered together, and flowed into the sleeves of the carriage driver. The carriage wheels landed on the ground again, stirring up dust. The 2 grey horses turned back to their original appearance and continued to gallop forward. The driver did not slow down to inspect the corpses of the 2 chi cultivators. Moments later, the bodies of the 2 chi cultivators started to rapidly rot. Even the remnants of their clothing turned to black water and seeped into the ground. The surrounding forest was deathly silent. All living things within 1,000 feet were dead. Yet, not long after the carriage disappeared into the forest, a thread of black smoke slowly came out of the forest. The faint black energy grew thicker and slowly formed a black shadow. This was a silent middle-aged man dressed in black robes. His black hair that reached the ground was divided into 3 bundles behind his back. He sensed the sword essence still spreading in the air as he slowly walked through the ground that Fang Xiong's golden dragon had passed through. In a flash, he seemed to touch some of the paths of this sword. Light flashed fiercely in his pitch-black eyes that had almost no white. Then he bowed deeply, solemnly towards the place where the 2 chi cultivators had died. He said softly, "For the chi." There were still more than 20 days until the Deer Mountain Conference, but the 4 most noble emperors of the world were coming to Deer Mountain in person. This kind of battle and probing had naturally started long ago. A middle-aged man dressed like an ordinary scholar, but his presence was one with the surrounding forest. His cultivation was clearly extraordinary as he came to the foot of a mountain. This mountain was located opposite Deer Mountain, and was one of the shorter of the dozen mountains opposite Deer Mountain. While it was short, one could clearly sense the direction of the powerful primal energies of the universe at the peak of Deer Mountain during the Deer Mountain Conference. Also, it was the shortest, so there would naturally be fewer people interested. However, when he arrived at the foot of this mountain, the middle-aged scholar's expression changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks. At the foot of this mountain, where the forest and shrubbery met, there was a faint sword mark. This sword mark had only cut through the moss on the ground, and did not even go deep into the soil. But in his eyes, it was like an insurmountable wall. This faint sword mark twisted and extended for an unknown number of miles. It was endless, and it completely circled around the foot of the mountain. However, this sword mark did not stop at all. It was completely like someone had swung a sword. This sword naturally moved forward along the intersection between the forest and the shrubs, separating the two. There were countless large and minuscule twists and turns here, but this person had just swung a sword. This middle-aged scholar did not know what kind of grandmaster was able to use such a sword. He had never seen such a powerful cultivation, but he knew this grandmaster had left this sword mark to tell everyone that he had taken over this mountain. The middle-aged scholar started to retreat. He looked up, filled with awe. The Deer Mountain Conference had not started, but he saw a tall mountain he had never seen before. Relying on the reform and the support of many peerless cultivators, The Yuanwu emperor had weakened the power of all the old nobility and destroyed 3 dynasties. But in the bloody storm that followed, countless cultivators of the Qin dynasty had died, and many powerful armies had died. Even the Basin Kendo ground that had almost become the top sect in the world had disappeared in the river of history. Taking the chance of great losses, the Chu dynasty defeated the Qin army and had the Qin cut off Yangshan commandery. In order to avoid years of endless war, the 4 strongest dynasties in the world signed a non-aggression pact. They would meet again at Deer Mountain in 9 years. The reason was that while the Qin dynasty had lost in the war against the Chu, Yang, and Qi still formed an alliance because the stunning cultivators of the Qin dynasty had killed many people. The political situation of the Qin dynasty was stable. The Yuanwu emperor, the empress, and the 2 ministers formed a stable triangle. They had an unprecedented control over the Qin dynasty. So even if they did not feel great fear, at least the other 3 powerful dynasties in the world were deeply wary of the Qin dynasty. In the history of the Qin dynasty, and even some of the previous dynasties, there had never been a formal conference where the result was uncertain and everything still needed to be negotiated. So just like Zhongyi said, there were no examples that could be used as reference. No one knew what would happen, and how many hidden grandmasters would appear around Deer Mountain. A caravan of at least a dozen carriages was slowly moving towards Deer Mountain. These carriages looked ordinary on the outside, but the walls of the carriages were carved with complicated and indescribable seal scripts. The light from these seal scripts formed a thin layer of light on the walls of the carriages, but no primal energies of the universe came out. Most of the cultivators inside were young, and the pride between their brows could not be described with words. Another unique charm was that their bodies seemed exceptionally light and ethereal, like white clouds that would float into the sky at any moment. At a bend in the road, in one of the carriages in the middle of the caravan, a young youth around 13 or 14 years old lifted the curtain slightly. He looked at the 3 black carriages dozens of miles behind him and said softly to a youth who looked 2 years older than him, "Those 3 carriages have been following us since Changling." The youth who was 2 years older than him had a delicate and pretty oval-shaped face that was as smooth as jade. His hair was casually tied up with a cloth band, but there were clouds and mist rising between the strands of hair, making his black hair look like a black mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. "Ignore them." He smiled disdainfully and said, "Since they have followed us since Changling, there will not be any problems. At most, they are sects and families that are not powerful enough and want to use us to clear the way to avoid causing trouble along the way." Of the 3 carriages the 2 youths spoke of, Ding Ning and Fu Su were sitting in the last one. The black carriage they were in looked ordinary on the outside, but the cabin was very spacious, and covered in precious and soft fur. Even though the road was bumpy, the softness of the fur was comfortable. For cultivators, carriages like this were mobile homes and places to cultivate. But the horses pulling the carriages needed to rest and be changed. The food and water stored in the first carriage also needed to be replaced. The 3 carriages they were in followed the caravan ahead. When they were about to reach a city, Forefather Ju's voice came from the middle carriage. "Rest in this city tonight. This is Luoyang County of Guangzhou. This place is not far from my junior sect brother Shen Yi's home." Ding Ning looked at Fu Su in a good mood as they walked on the last stretch of the wilderness near the city. Fu Su had never left Changling since he was born. Looking at the scenery that was completely different from Changling, and thinking that this vast land belonged to the Qin dynasty, he felt even happier. So he smiled slightly and said softly, "This is closer to Xieru's home." Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, "Yes." Fu Su glanced at him and shook his head. He said, "You are really boring. You can't even make people talk." Ding Ning also looked at him and shook his head. "You are the one joking about this." Fu Su was still not satisfied. He said, "What is not good about Xieru?" Ding Ning said calmly, "It is my fault." Fu Su stilled slightly. He thought of Ding Ning's condition that all cultivators in Changling should know. He felt slightly bitter. Many breaths later, he comforted, "There will be a way." Ding Ning nodded and said, "There may be a way, but I have to hurry." Fu Su naturally could not understand Ding Ning's true thoughts. He thought and said, "You are right. You know what is important better than me. While they were talking, the carriage had already entered the streets of the county and finally stopped in front of an inn. Just as he stepped off the carriage, Ding Ning's body froze slightly. Fu Su naturally discovered his abnormality and looked in the direction he was facing. He also stilled. Coincidentally, a carriage stopped under a tree at the entrance of the inn. A tall and beautiful young lady walked out of the carriage. She happened to see Ding Ning, and her whole body froze. Is this Xieru? After a breath, Fu Su reacted and said softly in disbelief, there are such coincidences in the world. Why are you here? The tall and beautiful girl seemed to be a little hesitant, but she still took the initiative to come forward and asked. Ding Ning took a deep breath. Looking at Xieru's expression, he knew this was really a coincidence. There really was such a coincidence. He did not answer Xieru's question, but looked at her trembling eyelashes and asked softly, what are you doing here? Chapter 175. Coincidences often hid many things that could be investigated. The Xie family was a wealthy family in Guangzhou. As the eldest daughter, Xieru had always been half a manager of the Xie family. She had also been active in Changling. She would not appear in a small town like this if there was nothing special. Xieru hesitated slightly. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. Then he looked at her and said softly, not because of me. Xieru stilled and then she understood Ding Ning's meaning. Her white face blushed slightly. She hurriedly shook her head and said, it is not because I swore an oath in Changling that I was punished to return to Guangzhou. But there are some matters at home. Ding Ning nodded calmly and said, I just happened to pass by here. We have to hurry on our way later, so let's part ways here. Xieru looked at Ding Ning's calm eyes. Her red lips parted slightly but she did not know what to say. She looked at Ding Ning turn around and his back. She did not know what to feel, like drinking a cup of cold water on a cold day. So simple. Fu Su frowned as he looked at Ding Ning who was walking back and asked softly. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, what else? You want her to come with us to Deer Mountain? Fu Su looked at his features and saw that Ding Ning did not look like he was joking. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. He said, I still hope that you can find a solution to your body as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a pity for a marriage. Ding Ning ended this conversation in silence. This young person is really good. A voice of praise passed into Xieru's ears from behind her. Father. Xieru turned around in shock. Behind her stood a short and stout merchant in a purple-red brocade robe. This short and stout merchant wore a large gemstone square ring and a jade belt around his waist. Whether it was the accessories on his body or the patterns on his purple-red brocade robe, they all appeared very tacky. His face was also fat and slightly red, appearing very tacky. Looking at the shocked Xieru, this tacky middle-aged merchant grinned and repeated with a thick Guangzhou accent, this young person is really not bad. A faint blush appeared on Xieru's face once again as she said, just now, I've only said a few short sentences to him. You might not even have heard the content of our conversation. Why would you suddenly have such an evaluation? Just by looking at the way he handles things, you can tell whether he is a capable person or not. The stout merchant looked at her with satisfaction and said, he clearly wants to reject you and deliberately keep a distance from you. However, there are many ways to reject you, but he chose the most appropriate and kindest way. Xieru looked at him in confusion. The stout merchant smiled slightly and explained, he used the calmest and most ordinary method. This kind of method is not intense at all, and will not cause great emotional fluctuations in you. He really wants you to forget him and not have any entanglements with him. Now, everyone knows that there is a problem with his body. He should know that the Xie family should be able to help him, but he still treats you like this. Regardless of whether it is because he does not want to burden you, or because he has no time to consider romantic matters, this means that this youth is kind-hearted, and has a true personality. After a slight pause, he looked at Xieru and said, also, I heard that the rise of Two-Level Tower, the leader of Changling's marketplace, is largely due to him. Looking at the way he handles things, if the Xie family really has a son-in-law like this, I fear that he will handle some major matters better than me. This stout merchant was naturally Xie Ru's father, Xie Lianying. In the rumors, Xie Lianying was a tacky and smelly country bumpkin merchant. His name was often called Lian Sheng. Also, he seemed to feel that this was not enough and named his son Chang Sheng. His accomplishments today were all due to the foresight of his wife, the young lady from the Zhongshan family of the former Wei dynasty. But the words he said to Xie Ru right now were enough to prove that he was very different from the tacky merchants of the legends. Actually, even if you swear to marry no one but him, and decide to keep this oath, you do not need to lower yourself. Xie Lianying looked at the silent Xie Ru and said, think about it, from the previous dynasty to now, there were so many stunning people. Which of the women by their side was not a strong helper who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them? Xie Ru's body shook slightly. She took a deep breath and looked up at Xie Lianying. She said, Father, what do you think I should do? Do not think about the oath. If you meet, do not lower yourself and pursue him. You only need to be spectacular. You only need to be more spectacular than the women who appear by his side, and more suitable to be his partner in battle. Then his gaze will not land on anyone else. Xie Lianying looked at her and said, this is like how we do not do business now, but if we do in the future, we will naturally choose the best in that business. A bright flame appeared in Xie Ru's eyes. It is not appropriate to use business as an analogy for your daughter. Although she rebuked her father, her mood clearly improved. Her furrowed brows completely relaxed. She asked softly, is that matter ready? Xie Lianying's expression was cold. He said, this time, the Chen family will not be able to bear the consequences. Xie Ru nodded, but she was inexplicably hesitant. Xie Lianying could tell what she was thinking. He smiled and said, don't worry. In any case, he is the son-in-law that I have chosen and agreed to. After he passes through here, I will naturally take care of him. I will send people to see what he wants to do. Xie Ru immediately relaxed. She said with a serious expression, then shall we set off now? Xie Lianying nodded and pretended to sigh sadly. He said, a grown girl cannot be kept at home. Are you not even going to thank me for my performance? Xie Ru immediately rolled her eyes at him and said, if you want me to massage your shoulders, just say so. Xie Lianying immediately laughed. He moved his shoulders and said, I've been too busy recently. The places where my shoulders were strained are a little stiff. After we finish the business, you really have to help me massage them. There was a stone bridge near the inn where the carriage stopped. There was a noodle shop under the bridge. Do you want to eat noodles? I will treat you. Ding Ning looked at the noodle shop and turned to say to Fu Su, the noodle shop in Falling Parasol is not bad, especially the noodles with pickled vegetables and intestines, and the noodles with pork and cabbage in red soup are the best. Fu Su nodded and said with a smile, I do not have such heavy tastes like you. I only want egg noodle soup. Do not go. Get on the carriage, we will depart. At this time, a warm voice reached their ears. Ding Ning's gaze focused slightly. He turned to look at the carriage where the voice came from and said, Forefather? In the carriage, Forefather Ju's cold gaze flashed, but his voice was still warm. The Xie family is the wealthiest family in Guangzhou. Since that young woman is the eldest daughter of the Xie family, Xie Ru, something must have happened for her to appear here. Even if you do not want to have anything to do with her, if she is in trouble, you should help if you can. Ding Ning's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, he knew that Forefather Ju would not be so kind. But Forefather Ju said so, and with his current attitude, he could not refuse. Strange. Xie Lianying lifted the curtain a sliver and looked at the 3 black carriages in the distance. He turned to Xie Ru and said, Ding Ning's carriage is following. Xie Ru said, this does not seem like his conduct. Xie Lianying thought and said, it seems to be related to the people he is following. Xie Ru looked at him and said softly, those people do not seem to be from White Goat Cave. Xie Lianying smiled faintly and said, no matter. Regardless of who he is following from Changling, at least, they are not our enemies. It is best if some important person from Changling is present to bear witness to what we are doing today. It seems that the Xie family is doing something important. Fu Su also lifted the curtain and looked at the Xie family caravan. There were only 6 carriages in the Xie family's convoy. This was a small display for the Xie family, but he noticed that these carriages didn't come together at the beginning. Instead, they drove out from different corners of the county and finally converged into a single convoy. Ding Ning was silent, but his brow furrowed deeply. They were clearly carefully concealing something. Xie Ru did not hide her tracks, but the carriages that followed her had appeared in such a way. It could only mean that the place where the Xie family needed to do things was not far from here, and the things in the carriages were obviously very important to the Xie family. Then what was in the carriages? But compared to what the Xie family was about to do, forefather Zhu's interference made him more worried. The Zhu family was an old power of Chongling, but what they lacked now was money. The Xie family had what the Zhu family needed the most. His relationship with Xie Ru had already been used by forefather Zhu. Chapter 176. Guanzhong was 800 miles of flat land. Outside the county seat of Luyang were large tracts of farmland. Occasionally, there would be low hills dotted with villages. Everywhere looked like a beautiful painting. The Xie family caravan moved unhurriedly and gradually slowed when they were 30 miles from the county seat. What does this mean? Seeing the Xie family caravan slow down, Fu Su frowned in thought. At this time, both sides of the road were some dry fields and uncultivated wastelands. There were no villages either. There was only a small horse farm by a small river not far away. There were only a dozen horses scattered on the grassy slope, nibbling on the green sprouts. No matter how he looked, there was no one in the surroundings who could trade with the Xie family. They have completely slowed down, but not stopped. This means that this is where they are going to do business, but they have not arrived yet. Ding Ning turned to look at Fu Su and said slowly. Forefather Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly as though he was dozing off, but his thoughts were extremely active. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly as though he heard something. Horse bandits. After a few breaths, Ding Ning took a deep breath and said to Fu Su. Horse bandits. Fu Su was shocked and slightly puzzled. But he immediately felt the tremors from the carriage wheels to the bottom of the carriage. He immediately reacted and frowned deeply. The Qin dynasty's Guanzhong was 800 miles of flat land. There were no badlands or rivers where even an army could not catch up. But the lack of mountain kings did not mean that there were no bandits. This kind of flat land gave rise to horse bandits. Horse bandits usually had 3 or 4 horses and never stayed in one place for long. They set up camp in different places each day. For the Qin dynasty, horse bandits that did not produce and only destroyed were true locusts. They were hated by the Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty had guerrilla cavalry in the Guanzhong area that specialized in hunting down horse bandits. Elite cavalry were hard to train, but these kinds of horse bandits were easy to form. Usually, after one group was killed, 2 more would appear. It was impossible to kill them all. In the distant dry land, a column of mud and smoke suddenly appeared. Moments later, a group of horse bandits appeared in Ding Ning and Fu Su's sight. There were more than 100 people in this group of horse bandits, and each of them had at least 4 horses with them. Other than the horse that they were riding and the other horse beside them, the rest of the horses were carrying loads. Not only were the loads wrapped in cloth, but even the horses' bodies were stained with dried black blood. All the bandits were dressed in different clothing and wore yellow masks. Even though their figures were not as upright and cold as the cavalry of Great Qin, they had a cruel and bloodthirsty aura that was constantly emanating from their bodies. Ding Ning's gaze grew even colder. In terms of numbers, these horse bandits were not much. Powerful horse bandits usually had more than 1,000 riders and thousands of horses. They had the ability to fight against small groups of cavalry and cultivators. But from the height of the dust kicked up by the hooves of the horse bandits, he could judge that these horses were carrying extraordinary loads. It was normal for a merchant caravan to carry more goods, but for horse bandits, the extra weight was a matter of life and death. The Xie family had only sent a few carriages carrying people, and each carriage clearly had passengers. They could not carry all the extra weight of these horse bandits. To Ding Ning, this was a sign of danger. These horse bandits seemed to be carrying heavy loads. At this time, Fu Su turned his head and looked at him seriously. He said softly, "And they do not look large. They may be seal weapons or military equipment." Ding Ning was the most important imperial son of the Yuanwu emperor and the empress. He had been taught from a young age, so he could make such a judgment. He nodded. These horse bandits do not seem to have come to trade, but to fight. Even the drivers of these 3 carriages are not ordinary people. In the Xie family carriage, Xie Liaoning did not pay much attention to the horse bandits carrying the dragon of dust. He paid more attention to the 3 black carriages following behind them. Looking at the calm state of the 3 carriages, a relaxed smile appeared on Xie Liaoning's fat and oily face. Even the driver has a calm presence. This important person of Changling must be of high status. Let's go out. In the next moment, his smile disappeared and a rare layer of coldness appeared. Do not waste the time of this important person of Changling. The horse bandits suddenly stopped when they were hundreds of feet away from the Xie family carriages and silently formed a line. Under the control of these horse bandits, regardless of whether it was the horses they were riding or the saddled horses, all of them came to a halt. Dust swirled under the hooves of the horses, as if they were burning fiercely. However, the hooves and riders on the horses were already as silent as a forest, giving off a mountain-like pressure. A white-haired horse bandit controlled his horse to slowly walk out. Seeing Xie Liaoning and Xie Ru walk out of the carriage, a thread of light flashed through his dim eyes. Then his gaze landed on the 3 black carriages of the Zhu family in the distance. His brow imperceptibly furrowed. Where are our people and goods? Seeing this horse bandit walk out, Xie Liaoning, who had also walked to the front of the carriages, smiled slightly and spoke first. The white-haired horse bandit looked calmly at him and maintained his silence without any other expression. The cloud of dust behind them slowly dissipated. Dozens of horse bandits stopped in the distance and slowly appeared in everyone's sight. The horse bandits formed a small circle. There were more than a dozen riders in the circle who were clearly dressed differently from them. Your people know where your goods are, the white-haired horse bandit said calmly. Only now did the white-haired horse bandit leader speak calmly. Your people have seen it. You should let us see what we want. Xie Liaoning nodded. His expression did not change, but his tone suddenly became disdainful. I really admire your courage. You even dare to rob our people. Do you really think the Xie family can be touched by anyone in Guangzhou? The white-haired horse bandit leader frowned deeply. He heard many unusual meanings from Xie Liaoning's words, but he did not say anything. His left hand left the reins and was about to raise. Do not think of killing one of my people to threaten me. Xie Liaoning's eyes narrowed and he said disdainfully, see what I have brought you. As he spoke, the carriage drivers of 2 of the carriages in the Xie family carriages lifted the curtains of their carriages at the same time. The white-haired horse bandit leader's body suddenly froze. There was only 1 passenger in each of the 2 carriages. One was an old woman with white hair, and the other was a child of 5 or 6 years old. Xie Liaoning looked at the horse bandit leader who suddenly froze and said with thick disdain, how about it? Is what I showed you enough? My people, starting from now, you can kill them as you wish. In the next breath, this extremely vulgar-looking merchant's expression changed. He sneered, but as long as you kill one, I will make your Chen clan have no elders and no juniors. Ding Ning and Fu Su had been trying to listen to the conversation between Xie Liaoning and the horse bandit leader. Fortunately, their voices were not soft so they could hear clearly. Although they couldn't see what was in the 2 carriages of the Xie family, they quickly realized what was going on from Xie Liaoning's words. These are not true horse bandits, or rather, they have other identities. Fu Su turned to look at Ding Ning and said softly, they robbed the Xie family's people and goods, but they had not expected the Xie family to find out about them and rob their people. The horse bandit leader breathed deeply and maintained his silence. At this time, Xie Liaoning continued to speak. Xie Liaoning looked sympathetically at the horse bandit leader and shook his head. He said, while the Xie family cannot compare to the true noble families of Changling, we have been in Guangzhou for more than 50 years and have seen all kinds of storms. You children, do you think you can replace the Xie family with such tactics? It is fine if you want to act against the Xie family. Xie Lianying's tone suddenly turned harsh and a layer of frost covered his oily face. But you should know what the Xie family is escorting. You are also Qin people. How can you do such a thing? Hearing Xie Lianying's words, the horse bandit leader slowly shook his head. His dim yellow eyes showed a kind of helplessness and emotion. Then he took off the yellow cloth covering his face. Under the yellow cloth was a slightly pale and thin face. This son is unfilial and frightened you. This thin and white-haired man bowed deeply to the old matriarch in the Xie family carriage. Then his expression recovered. He looked at Xie Lianying and said simply, "Change people." Xie Lianying smiled coldly. He knew that from now on, these people could only become true horse bandits. So he nodded and said, "Deal." The bandit leader took a deep breath. His left hand left the reins of the horse once again and lifted it up. But at this time, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. "I want to try." Chapter 177. This voice was indifferent but very sharp. It sounded like a female voice at first, but it was slightly different from a female voice. Xie Lianying's brow imperceptibly furrowed. The white-haired bandit leader was the patriarch of the Guanzhong Chen family, Chen Tuanyun. The Chen family was a rising star of Guanzhong, and had fought with the Xie family in business. It was not surprising that they would do something like this. If the Xie family could not resolve this matter, the Xie family would suffer great losses in the future. But Chen Tuanyun was famed for his filial piety, and he had a son at an old age. In his mind, his mother and the only son of the Chen family were likely more important than his own life. Now that he had decided to switch, who in the Chen family could raise objections? Chen Tuanyun abruptly turned around. The person who had spoken was not far behind him, riding a grey horse. Their clothing was also grey, and their figure was small. Their face was covered with a yellow cloth, and it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. "I want to try." Looking at Chen Tuanyun, who had turned to look at him, this person spoke again in an even sharper voice. Chen Tuanyun's hands trembled slightly. His face was as pale as paper. He begged in an almost inaudible voice, "Official, you are a small family, how can you compare to the country? Also, I may not fail, and may not harm your family at all." The grey-robed person's gaze was gentle, but his tone was indescribably determined and gave off an irresistible presence. Chen Tuanyun's chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to say something, but the grey-robed person's gaze suddenly turned harsh. He said in a cold voice, "Official Chen, do not forget your identity. Do not forget you are not from the Qin." Chen Tuanyun's chest felt like it had been hit by a hammer. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Xie Lianying had not spoken until Chen Tuanyun turned around. He looked deeply at Chen Tuanyun and said, emphasizing each word, "You should have heard of me. What I, Xie Lianying, hate the most is people going back on their word when doing business." Just as his voice rang out, two short and rapid whistles suddenly appeared in the air. Two sword lights, one red and one blue, suddenly appeared in the two carriages with the curtains raised, and passed through the old woman and the child. Blood spurted out as two pieces of flesh separated from the old woman's and the child's bodies, flying out of the carriage. The old woman and the child's bodies trembled violently, as if they were using all their strength to howl miserably, but for some reason, they couldn't make any sound. This silent scene was even more frightening. "Xie Lianying." Chen Tuanyun immediately roared like an injured beast, his expression uglier than if he were crying. "Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Fu Su's face was also very pale. Although he could not see the scene in the carriage, he could guess what had happened. It's not good, but it's not what the Xie family expected. Ding Ning's expression was cold. His gaze remained on the grey-robed person with a sharp voice behind Chen Tuanyun. "If I am not wrong, the only person who can force the patriarch of the Chen family to change his mind is a powerful cultivator above Realm 7. This Realm 7 cultivator must have confirmed that there were no Realm 7s in the Xie family caravan, so he stopped the Chen family from switching. He either wants to use lightning to assassinate Xie Lianying, or he wants to use some method to steal the hostages of the Chen family. Xie Lianying is not as mediocre as the rumors say. He should have seen clearly now. If he cannot exert enough pressure on the other, then all of the Xie family members may die here. Ding Ning's voice grew colder. Also, the other does not want to obtain great benefits from the Xie family, but wants to kill all of the Xie family members here. Kill all of the Xie family members here? Fu Su's expression was shocked. The Xie family is the wealthiest in Guangzhou, and one of the pillars of the Qin dynasty. They just robbed some of the Xie family members in exchange for astounding wealth, and will not disturb the imperial palace. But if these people of the Xie family are killed, it will cause a great commotion. Changling will use all of its power to investigate. The Chen family disguised as bandits cannot hide. Why are they doing this? Ding Ning sneered and said, maybe from the start, their goal was to get rid of this pillar, or to disrupt what the Xie family is doing right now. Hearing this, Fu Su suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart shook. At the same time, he grew even more nervous. If it was as Ding Ning said, that cultivator with the shrill voice was a Realm 7 existence, then Xie Lianying, Xie Ru, and the others were in great danger. While Chen Tuanyun was screaming and talking to Ding Ning, Xie Lianying's expression was cold. He looked coldly at Chen Tuanyun and said, I do not know what your intentions are, and I do not care what grandmasters are among you. But I can guarantee that my 2 attendants will not be stingy with their lives. No matter how fast the person behind you is, before they or I fall, the heads of your mother and your precious son will fall from their bodies. I will not give you any chance to choose. Xie Lianying paused and looked expressionlessly at the bandits surrounding the dozen Xie family members behind Chen Tuanyun. He said coldly, if you do not release them in 3 breaths, what will fall from their bodies will not be a piece of flesh, but an arm. No. Chen Tuanyun's entire body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He looked absent-mindedly at the 2 bleeding figures in the carriage. His right hand left the reins and lifted upwards. At this time, the thin grey-robed person not far behind him narrowed his eyes. A thin but exceptionally sharp aura was quickly released from his body. Chen Tuanyun's body was still trying to raise his right arm. However, his right arm could not be raised because his entire right arm was separated from his shoulder and fell to the ground. Chen Tuanyun had reacted when the grey-robed person's presence was released, but he was unable to stop the other from cutting off his arm. The moment his right arm was cut off, he finally counterattacked. A cry of despair came out of his mouth. A rainbow-like brilliance surged out of his left hand, slashing toward the grey-robed man behind him at an astonishing speed. There were still 2 horse gang members between him and the grey-robed man. However, these 2 horse gang members were not even touched by this rainbow-like brilliance. They let out shrill cries and flew backwards with the sound of countless bones breaking. This rainbow light gave off the unique presence of a life bond item, but seemed to be stronger than ordinary life bond items. There seemed to be stars flashing in the grey-robed person's eyes. This rainbow light was astoundingly fast, but in his eyes, it seemed to be very slow. When the 2 horse gang members in front of him were sent flying backward with their bones broken, he just stretched out his right hand unhurriedly. He wore a silver metal ring on his right thumb. When he reached out his hand, it was as if there was an endless mountain falling from the sky, instantly condensing into his silver metal ring. Streams of silver energy flowed out of the small seal scripts on the metal ring and covered his hand. His hand seemed to be covered in heavy mercury, and then spread along his arm towards his body. There were no fancy movements. He used this silver hand to grab the rainbow-like brilliance that was coming towards him. The moment the silver palm and the rainbow light made contact, countless dazzling lights flashed through the gaps between the palm and the fingers. Terrifying forces were about to explode along with these lights, but in the next extremely small instant, these forces seemed to sink into water and penetrated into the viscous silver streams of energy. At this time, the silver plating had just covered half of this grey-robed person's body. Without any clear sound, countless slurry lines suddenly shot out from the edges of the silver plating, as if countless silver flowers suddenly bloomed on the other half of his body. At the same time, Chen Tuanyun's pupils contracted violently. With a muffled sound, his entire body seemed to have been crushed by an invisible giant. A cloud of blood mist sprayed out from his mouth. His entire body flew backward softly, giving people the feeling that he was a weightless catkin floating in the air. The rainbow light was firmly locked in place by the silver palm. The light quickly dimmed, revealing its true appearance. It was a 7-colored curved jade in the shape of a bull's horn. Ding Ning had been looking at the silver thumb ring and the rainbow brilliance. He had already figured out what these two items were, but he kept silent and didn't say anything. It is the silver Rakshasa ring and the worry-free horn. Fu Su's expression grew ugly. He said coldly, "They are from the Chu dynasty." The Chu dynasty was the best in forging, and the strongest seal weapons in the cultivation world all came from the Chu. The worry-free horn came from the Chu dynasty's worry-free palace, and had disappeared from the Chu for many years. It was possible that it had ended up in another country, but the silver Rakshasa ring was the treasure of the Chu Silver Thread Workshop. The Silver Thread Workshop was called a workshop, but in reality, it was one of the top 10 cultivation places of the Chu dynasty. A secret treasure of a sect like this naturally could not end up in the hands of a cultivator from another dynasty. As a Chu person, you do not deserve to use the worry-free horn. This grey-robed cultivator did not seem to want to disguise his identity. Looking at Chen Tuanyun, who was no longer breathing in the air, he coldly shook his head and said. Chapter 178. The Chen family has had a foothold in Guangzhou since the last generation. I want to know why he is from the Chu. Xie Lianying looked at Chen Tuanyun, who had fallen to the ground and died. He asked in a sympathetic tone. The grey-robed cultivator said coolly, "The son is the son, but the mother is not the mother." Xie Lianying was slightly surprised and said, "Adopted." The grey-robed cultivator did not refuse to answer his question and said coldly, "A Chu orphan was adopted by a kind mother in Guangzhou. She treats him as her own and naturally is grateful." Xie Lianying said disdainfully, "I think that the Chu orphan was able to enter the Chen family through your arrangements." The grey-robed cultivator raised an eyebrow. For him, this matter did not need to be explained. Xie Lianying sneered and said, "Everyone knows gratitude, much less the kind mother who raised them. It is normal for Chen Tuanyun to be filial to his mother. Even if you have ulterior motives, you can wait until he exchanges hostages. If you fail this time, next time, you will speak of righteousness, but in reality, you are just afraid that after he releases the hostages, we will flee. You will not be able to kill all of us and expose your scheme. You killed Chen Tuanyun for quick success. You are not even a grandmaster, you are worse than a dog." The grey-robed cultivator was not angry and said disdainfully, "Our failure is because we underestimated you and the Xie family's abilities. You are much stronger than others' judgment of you." The grey-robed cultivator looked up slightly and swept his cold gaze across everyone in the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Xie Lianying. "But do not think about using words to cause internal strife among the people around me. You should know that since I have shown my strength, the people around me know that if anyone wants to attack me, they will immediately die." Xie Lianying did not speak and narrowed his eyes slightly. While he was fat, he was like a tiger that had just woken up. "I will not kill those people. They will stay here. I think that you will not leave them behind and run." The grey-robed cultivator turned slightly and pointed at the dozen or so members of the Xie family who were surrounded in the distance. Then his figure moved slightly and he floated down from his horse. He began to walk slowly towards the Xie family's convoy. At the same time, he looked at Xie Lianying and Xie Ru and said calmly, "Although I had no choice but to kill Chen Tuanyun, it has become extremely simple now. Either your Xie family has enough strength to kill me, or you will be killed by me." Hearing these words, Xie Ru's heart was filled with an unknown emotion. She unconsciously turned her head to look at the 3 black carriages behind her. Ding Ning suddenly became nervous. His gaze was locked onto Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. This small movement caused him to realize that while the Xie family had prepared, in order to make the Chen family lower their guard, the Xie family most likely did not send anyone above Realm 7. The Xie family most likely had not expected such a powerful cultivator from the Chu dynasty among these disguised bandits. In other words, the Xie family may not have the ability to match this Chu dynasty cultivator. Forefather Zhu should be a powerful enemy of this Chu dynasty cultivator. He should want to use this opportunity to form a relationship with the Xie family. But this Chu dynasty cultivator had expressed his desire to try. This meant that this Chu cultivator may have the ability to instantly assassinate an opponent from a great distance. If so, then even Forefather Ju may not be able to make it in time. Also, he was almost certain that Forefather Ju would not act quickly. Forefather Ju may not be able to escape unscathed against a cultivator like this. Even if Forefather Ju could defeat this Chu cultivator without being wounded, with his understanding of Forefather Ju, he would not act before the Xie family used all their power. He would wait until the Xie family was in dire straits and the situation was extremely dangerous before he acted. Even if he was not wounded, he would pretend to be seriously wounded when fighting this Chu dynasty cultivator. This way, the Xie family would feel that they owed him more favors. Ding Ning was even certain that he would only act after Xie Lianying died. Xie Lianying had already shown great adaptability and judgment that outsiders could not imagine. Compared to Xie Lianying, someone as inexperienced as Xie Ru was easier to deceive and control. When Xie Ru turned to look at the 3 black carriages Ding Ning was in, the grey-robed cultivator of the Chu dynasty also glanced at the 3 black carriages in the distance. These 3 black carriages that had been following the Xie family caravan naturally entered his sight. But when he saw Xie Ru look back but the 3 black carriages did not move, the wariness in his eyes faded slightly. A wave of vital energy silently flowed down his feet. In the world of cultivators, life and death were only separated by a moment. Fu Su's breathing grew faster. He sensed that the carriages in front and behind him had not moved. He could not help but open his mouth, wanting to make a sound. Ding Ning's eyes flashed. He had decided what he was going to do. The moment Fu Su opened his mouth, he shouted urgently at Fu Su, "Do not act rashly." Fu Su stilled. He did not understand why Ding Ning would shout like this. Even if he did not want to have any conflict with Xie Ru, did he not even care about Xie Ru's life? However, just as he was startled, he suddenly felt an erupting volcano beside him. With a boom, his eardrums rang. Before he could react, the vital energy in Ding Ning's body surged wildly. Ding Ning's body turned into a gust of wind as he surged out of the carriage. 2 sharp sounds tore through the air at the same time. 2 streaks of black sword light flew out from his fingertips, cutting through the harness on one of the horses pulling their carriage. Without the slightest hesitation, the tip of his foot tapped on the back of this horse. This horse cried out in pain, madly galloping forward with him. This series of actions flowed smoothly. By the time Fu Su understood that Ding Ning had only shouted for him to not move, the horse had already charged dozens of feet away with Ding Ning. The black carriage immediately tilted when one of the 2 horses pulling the carriage was lost. The Ju family carriage driver at the front was an extraordinary cultivator. His figure was still steady, nailed to the front of the carriage like a nail. Yet even he was unable to stop Ding Ning in time. He could only shout. What does he want to do? Fu Su looked at Ding Ning, who was charging towards the Xie family caravan. He could not understand what Ding Ning wanted to do. In his view, with Ding Ning's strength, charging like this was suicide. In the middle carriage, Forefather Ju's expression suddenly darkened. He raised his hands slightly, and 2 terrifying auras seemed to be about to seep out from his arms. However, his eyes flashed, and he seemed to have thought of something. He only smiled coldly and placed his hands on his knees without saying a word. Since he did not speak, the 3 black carriages naturally did not move. Xie Ru looked in shock at Ding Ning, who was charging over on his horse. She could not understand why Ding Ning was charging over alone, or what effect he could have. Yet looking at Ding Ning's calm but burning eyes from a distance, the sound of hooves was like countless small hammers hitting her body. The grey-robed cultivator's figure stilled slightly. He had already attacked, but the 2 strange black sword lights when Ding Ning charged out of the carriage puzzled him. So he stopped. Ding Ning was not an ordinary cultivator. He was certain where the grey-robed cultivator's hesitation came from. Therefore, he immediately raised his hand. With a swoosh, another beam of black sword light shot out toward the sky in front of him. Ahead of him was the Xie family caravan and the grey-robed cultivator. Countless possibilities flashed through the grey-robed cultivator's mind when a black sword light tore through the air from such a distance. The names of countless powerful methods and sword manuals appeared in his mind. He could not help but look up, narrowing his eyes at this black sword light that seemed to melt under the sunlight. He feared some astounding change would occur to this black sword light. Yet as this black sword light came closer, he sensed that the power of this black sword light grew smaller, and it flew slower. Then he sensed a strong presence of annihilation and coldness. Star Fiend Gathering Method. He could not help but murmur to himself. His brow unconsciously furrowed. He was certain what kind of method this was, and that Ding Ning's cultivation was very weak compared to him. However, he felt vaguely uneasy. This young man who was galloping over on his horse seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and control the rhythm of this battle. Of course, he did not want anyone to control the rhythm of the battle. So he took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. 2 streams of vital energy flowed into his feet. There were 2 light blue jade pieces in the soles of his shoes. These 2 light green jade pieces were so thin that they were completely transparent. They were not even as thick as a strand of hair. It was unknown what kind of method was used to cut and polish them. However, on such a thin jade surface, there were countless fine runes. Following the infusion of his 2 true essences, with a puff, 2 green pillars of light suddenly surged out from under his feet. His body disappeared in these 2 blue pillars of light. He truly disappeared. Because at this moment, his figure did not exist in the vision of the surrounding people at all. Chapter 179. Flee. Ding Ning only shouted one word because he only had time to shout one word. With this word, all the condensed fiendish sword chi accumulated in his body shot out from between his fingers. Streaks of black sword light instantly turned into a torrential rain, all striking towards a spot beside Xie Lianing's body. Whether it was his shout or the storm formed by the black sword lights, it was irresistible to Xie Lianing and Xie Ru. Let's go. A sharp light flashed in Xie Lianing's eyes. He pulled Xie Ru, who was beside him, back almost instinctively. A soft sound of surprise sounded. A faint indigo light suddenly appeared in the storm formed by the black sword lights. A silver flow appeared out of nowhere. Xie Ru's heart almost stopped as she retreated. While every cultivator knew that the Chu dynasty was the best in the world in terms of seal weapons, she had never heard of this grey-robed cultivator coming through the air like this. A silver flow first appeared clearly in the air, and then a grey figure. For this powerful cultivator of the Chu dynasty, the storm formed by Ding Ning forcing out all the fiendish swords in his body seemed light. The grey figure only turned slightly. Half of his body flashed with silver light, and straightened like a large silver sword. Streaks of black sword light exploded on the silver light, and black flowers bloomed in the air. The other half of this Chu dynasty cultivator's body also bloomed with silver flowers, but he only felt that half of his body was slightly cold. The difference between Realm 3 and Realm 7 was too great. Also, he had a seal weapon formed from the efforts of countless Chu cultivators and craftsmen. While this Chu dynasty cultivator could not understand how Ding Ning could sense his location, his gaze was still indifferent. He used normal speed to channel his vital energy into the worry-free horn in his hand. A wave of killing intent appeared in the air again. It was only because the heaven-earth yuan qi emitted from the worry-free horn was too colorful and bright that the killing intent gave people a carefree and bright feeling. It was easy for people to forget many sorrowful things and even slow down their reactions. The Xie family was the wealthiest in Guangzhou, and the cultivators they brought were not ordinary people. The worry-free horn in this Chu dynasty cultivator's hand passed through the fragments of the fiendish swords, and charged towards Xie Lianing who was retreating. The 2 flying swords floating next to the old woman and child finally made the correct response. There was a loud bang. The red sword burned fiercely, giving off blinding light. While the sword was small, because of the power it gave off, it felt like an enormous ball of lava was erupting from the mouth of a volcano and smashing towards this Chu dynasty cultivator. The other indigo sword silently flew down and sank into the earth below. Even its presence became the same as the earth. This Chu dynasty cultivator frowned slightly, but the worry-free horn in his hand did not change at all. With a muffled clang, the oncoming red sword was forced to stop in the air by the powerful force. It couldn't even dodge and was sent flying backwards by the powerful force. All the flames that flowed out of the runes on the sword dissipated and fell into the surrounding grass. In an instant, the moisture in the grass was dried up and turned into dry grass. Then, it was set ablaze. This Chu dynasty cultivator did not worry about where the sinister indigo sword went. For him, the indigo sword that had sunk into the earth would eventually come out of the earth and stab towards his body. If this small sword came out of the earth, he would be able to sense it and react in time. This was the absolute confidence that only cultivators above Realm 7 could have. The moment the small red sword was sent flying backwards, one of the Xie family carriages suddenly shook. With a muffled grunt, the carriage curtains flew outwards, and some bloody foam sprayed out. But to this Chu dynasty cultivator's surprise, the indigo sword that had sunk into the earth seemed to have disappeared and did not appear. Because of his absolute confidence, this Chu dynasty cultivator did not slow down in his movements. Two surges of primal chi of heaven and earth surged out from under his feet. Two visible balls of light appeared under his feet. In the next moment, his entire body was thrown forward, and he continued to accelerate crazily. In half a breath, the worry-free horn in his hand gave off sharp murderousness and approached the retreating Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. An old shout came from the carriage behind Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. Inside the carriage sat an old scholar with white hair and a beard. As he shouted, his body seemed to be filled with countless holes, shooting out countless green gusts of wind. The hardwood carriage around him crumbled like a paper lantern, scattering outwards. The indigo wind beams twisted like they were alive, and swept towards this Chu dynasty cultivator from all directions like the tails of fairies. This Chu dynasty cultivator had a disdainful expression. His body did not change, but his vital energy surged out more violently. The rainbow energy from the worry-free horn in his hand grew stronger. It did not seem to touch Xie Lianying and Xie Ru, but Xie Lianying and Xie Ru both grunted, and blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. The old scholar's expression did not change, but his body seemed to be weightless. He floated up with the indigo wind beams, and blocked in front of Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. The Chu cultivator's eyes suddenly focused. He suddenly sensed that there was a strange aura in these green gusts of wind. His body suddenly froze. From the beginning until now, there was finally a pause in his body. The pause was because of the eruption of even stronger energy. Primal energies of the universe gathered like mountains above his head, and flooded into his silver Rakshasa thumb ring at an unimaginable speed for ordinary cultivators. The thick mercury-like energy that flowed out of the silver Rakshasa thumb ring immediately covered his entire body. Even his orifices were filled with silver energy, and he turned into a silver person. Almost all the indigo wind beams collapsed when they hit his body, but one indigo wind beam did not dissipate, and gave off more and more of the light of crystal. The Chu cultivator sneered in disdain. Countless cracks quickly appeared on the green wind that had just bound his body and contracted violently. Inside the cracks, the layers of the chips could be clearly seen. The old scholar's body was still floating in the air, but his insides were shaking violently. Bright red blood gathered chaotic energy and sprayed out of his mouth and nose. A powerful presence unique to a life bond item came out of the crystal-like indigo wind beam. So this was not a wind beam made from primal energies of the universe, but the life bond item he cultivated. Life bond items were called life bond items because they had an inexplicable connection to the cultivator's life. If their life bond item was destroyed, they would be seriously injured at best, and die at worst. Yet, this old scholar's life bond item was about to be destroyed, but he did not hesitate, and squeezed out all the power he could control from his body without reservation. The cracked indigo life bond item was locked in a stalemate. At this time, in the last carriage, a young indigo-robed swordsman with determined eyes took a deep breath. The indigo flying sword he had hidden underground for a long time finally silently came out of the earth under the Chu cultivator's feet. The silver light on the Chu cultivator's face faded slightly. The yellow cloth covering his face fell off due to the rippling of energy. Behind the yellow scarf was a thin, fair, feminine face that looked a little like a woman's. A hint of disdain and pity flashed across his face. Other than that woman from the Zhongshan family, the Xie family is only so strong. When he said this, the worry-free horn in his hand had already been pulled back. It stuck close to his body and swept down from top to bottom. The rainbow-like light slid down onto the green crystal bundles binding his body. The green crystal bundles shattered into countless pieces, and the old scholar floating in the air fell to the ground, silently dying. He stepped forward. The rainbow-like light in his hand continued to fall and sweep under his feet. The end of the light accurately hit the indigo flying sword that had just come out of the earth. It seemed like a gentle exchange, but it was like two small mountains crashing into each other. There was an explosion. The indigo sword, no more than a foot long, plowed a deep trench in the ground like it was ploughing the ground. The young indigo-robed swordsman sitting in the last carriage bowed his head in dejection. Countless blade-like wrinkles appeared on his smooth face, and blood flowed out of each wrinkle. The Chu cultivator proudly raised his head. In his view, no one in the Xie family could stop him from killing Xie Lianying and Xie Ru, and even the youth near Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. But at this time, he sensed an impossible surge of primal energies of the universe. He suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. Chapter 180. His shock did not come from the power of the primal energies of the universe, but from the direction of the primal energies of the universe. The primal energies of the universe that suddenly appeared came from the carriage where the bleeding old woman was. There was only the old woman who had been cut in the carriage. In his perception, no one in the Xie family caravan could stop him from killing Xie Lianying and Xie Ru. Yet, to his surprise, this bleeding old woman was attacking him. The moment he turned around, the silver Rakshasa thumb ring on his hand once again sent out large amounts of mercury-like energy that covered his entire body. The old woman, who had lost a large chunk of flesh on her shoulder, half of her body dyed in blood, looked extremely miserable. However, right now, her expression was completely calm. Her palms were extended outwards. The carriage curtains in front of her, including half of the carriage, were already smashed to pieces by the abundant power. Many earthen yellow stars of light strangely and quickly appeared in the earth in front of her, forming two paths of light in front of her palms. These two earthen yellow paths of light were like extensions of her palms. With an unstoppable presence, they pressed hard on the Chu cultivator's body the moment he turned around. The Chu cultivator's silver brow furrowed deeply. With a low shout, the silver energy covering his body flew up like waves. His figure staggered slightly, the ground beneath his feet caving in, but his movements didn't slow down at all. The worry-free horn in his hand flew out like a flying sword, also sweeping towards the old woman's body at this time. With a soft pop, half of the old woman's body shattered, turning into bloody paste that flew backwards. However, at this moment, another strange aura appeared in the air. This aura came from the child, who also had blood flowing from his body. Because of the great loss of blood, this child's face was extremely pale, but his eyes were as black as ink, forming a strong contrast. The old woman was killed in one blow, half of her body turned to bloody paste. But his seemingly childish and pale face was extremely calm. A spinning black gold cone-shaped sword flew out of his blood-soaked sleeve, and attacked the Chu cultivator's abdomen with astounding speed. The great Chu cultivator grunted as blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. The silver yuan qi on his body was almost completely dispersed. There were sounds of ripping and bones breaking where the dark gold cone-shaped small sword had struck. His body could no longer maintain its momentum. 3 balls of air waves splashed up from the ground, and his body was instantly pushed back by more than 30 meters. The small conical sword sank several inches into his flesh. The silver energy on his body disappeared. But in this moment, a surge of vital energy came out of his body and flooded into the silver Rakshasa ring on his hand. Mercury-like energy covered his hand. His hand came down and gripped the violently spinning black gold cone-shaped small sword. There was a muffled buzzing sound in the air, and a mist of blood gushed out from his waist. All of the consciousness and energy in the seal scripts of this black gold cone-shaped sword were forced out by him. In an instant, it became a dead object that had lost its vitality. The child slumped back against the carriage. The Chu cultivator coldly threw out the small sword. The small sword created a wild gust of wind and landed on the child's chest. The child's chest caved in. Flesh and blood flew out, and the caved-in area quickly turned into a transparent hole. The wooden planks of the carriage behind the young boy had been completely crushed by the powerful force. His organs had all disappeared and he was about to die. However, in the moment before he died, he turned his head to look behind him. On his calm and cold face, there was a smile that said he had fulfilled his mission. In his last sight, Xie Liaoning, Xie Ru, and Ding Ning had retreated to the front of the Zhu family's 3 black carriages. In the Xie family caravan, all of the cultivators were either dead or seriously injured. The shattered carriages and flesh flew everywhere. The situation looked terrible, but the Chu dynasty Realm 7 expert who had caused this did not have a smug expression. He stopped and stood in this terrible scene. After a long moment of silence with his head bowed, he looked up and said, "Old Tong killed both of you. So from the start, you did not capture Chen Tuanyun's family." Ding Ning, Xie Liaoning, and Xie Ru had also stopped. Xie Liaoning took a deep breath. He met the Chu cultivator's gaze and nodded. He said, "You did not have enough time to capture the Chen family. You were only confused by your concern. In this situation, you will not have enough time to verify." A good plan. The Chu cultivator's breathing calmed and he praised sincerely in a sharp voice. Chen Tuanyun died for nothing. Xie Liaoning also grew silent. Just now, the Xie family cultivators were only able to stop this Chu cultivator a little. "How did you determine where I would land?" The Chu cultivator's gaze landed on Ding Ning. Even though he didn't know what kind of cultivators were hiding in those 3 black carriages, he understood extremely clearly that the reason Xie Liaoning and Xie Ru were still alive was because this youth in front of him had accurately grasped the landing points of his 2 space leap talismans, and immediately stopped his movements. Fu Su had flown out of the carriage and stood next to Ding Ning. Just now, in a few short moments, the battle of life and death surpassed anything he had seen in his usual cultivation. His body was still cold. Hearing the words of this Chu cultivator, he looked at Ding Ning with an incomprehensible gaze. He had the strongest parents in the world, and the best teachers of the Qin dynasty. As a result, his cultivation progressed quickly, and he was exposed to many more things than ordinary cultivators. He knew that the flight seal could be tracked. It was a powerful flow of primal energies of the universe. The cultivator would appear to disappear in the air because the flow of primal energies of the universe was so fast that it surpassed the limits of the cultivator's eyes. But even if one knew that the enemy had such a seal weapon, in such a short time, it was usually impossible to determine where the other's primal energies of the universe would land. If the space leap talisman was a bridge in the air, then the other fulcrum of the bridge was determined by the person who cast it. Ding Ning took a deep breath. Of course, he could not answer, but if he could not give a convincing reason, Forefather Zhu in the carriage behind him might be even more suspicious of him. So in this moment, he looked up and calmly answered, "That place is least likely to be intercepted by the 2 flying swords." Fu Su stilled and did not immediately understand the meaning of the words. This Realm 7 expert of the Chu dynasty frowned again. He thought back to the scene just now and slowly said, "Just like that." Ding Ning looked at him, nodded and said, "Just like that." Fu Su thought dazedly. Was it just because Xie Liaoning and Xie Ru's bodies had coincidentally blocked the direction of the 2 flying swords behind them? "This one is Chen Chu of the Silver Thread Workshop." This Chu cultivator nodded and then said calmly. His gaze landed behind Ding Ning on the black carriage where Forefather Zhu was. These words were clearly directed at Forefather Zhu. But Fu Su and Xie Liaoning's gazes focused at the same time. "I was wondering who it was. So it is the famed silver thread divine hand Chen Chu." Xie Liaoning sneered. "And a powerful cultivator from the Chu court. It is my good fortune to meet him." Chen Chu was very famous. Only craftsmen who could reach the Silk Road level, who could accurately set up seal scripts on a hair-sized thread, could be called divine hands among the craftsmen of the Chu dynasty. There were only 5 divine hands in the Silver Thread Workshop. Chen Chu was not just a divine hand, he was also a Realm 7 expert. This was even rarer. He could create and use seal weapons that cultivators below Realm 7 could not comprehend. So he had become a court artificer a long time ago. However, Xie Lianying's sneer at this moment had other meanings. Many of the artificers of the Chu dynasty who stayed in the court had incomplete bodies. Chen Chu naturally sensed Xie Lianying's mockery, but he did not pay any attention to it. He only faintly sensed a dangerous aura from within the black horse carriage. He had to obtain more information to decide if he should flee or continue to fight. Ding Ning's eyebrows rose slightly. At this time, the curtains to Forefather Ju's carriage parted. Dressed in loose brocade robes, Forefather Ju slowly stood up and walked out of the carriage. My surname is Ju, and my name is Mai. Maybe it is a homonym of misfortune, so I have not been very lucky in this life. Forefather Ju had a benevolent and amiable expression as he looked at this Chu court cultivator and spoke gently. So it is him. He is not dead yet. Xie Lianying reacted instantly, and a voice of disbelief rang out in his heart. I had not expected Forefather Ju to still be alive. Old but strong. Chen Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his sharp voice sounded. His expression was also one of surprise. The present Changling is not the Changling of your time. Chen Chu paused slightly. He looked at Forefather Ju and said coolly, why do you have to interfere in a matter like this? Coincidentally encountering is an opportunity. Forefather Ju looked amiably at Chen Chu and said, you have 2 good items. I want to give them to the young person next to me. Chapter 181. Chen Chu looked coolly at Forefather Ju and said calmly, these 2 items are important treasures of the Chu dynasty. The 2 items Forefather Ju spoke of were naturally the worry-free horn and the silver Rakshasa thumb ring on his body. But when he said these 2 items were important treasures of the Chu dynasty, he meant that he would bring these 2 items back to the Chu dynasty unless he died here. This was the same as what the swordsman of the Qin dynasty said. If the sword existed, the person existed. If the sword died, the person died. But when such a principle came from the mouth of a Realm 7 Grandmaster, it had an unusual deterrent effect. An imperceptible greed flashed through Forefather Ju's eyes. He smiled slightly and said, the result is that you will stay behind as well. Chen Chu did not say anything else. He took a deep breath. Ignoring the injuries from the battle just now, he forced his true essence to surge through his body. His somewhat pale face began to emit a strange flush, and his black hair began to be dyed with frost. A lively and powerful presence was injected into the worry-free horn in his hand. In the next moment, the air in front of him suddenly scattered. The grass and leaves on the ground were all turned to powder. The 7-colored worry-free horn smashed towards Forefather Ju in a domineering manner. Forefather Ju narrowed his eyes. Ever since the Yuanwu Emperor had ascended the throne, he had never fought anyone. He felt unfamiliar with this suffocating pressure coming at him. Yet at the same time, he felt an itch in his bones. That feeling he had not felt for a long time was recovering. He stood where he was and raised his right hand slightly. With a crack, a black sword light flooded out of his fingers and accurately hit the worry-free horn. While it was the same method, the difference between his fiendish sword and Ding Ning's fiendish sword was like heaven and earth. Ding Ning's fiendish sword was only slightly crystalline on the surface, but his fiendish sword was like a black gem, shining with light and even had a presence similar to the 9 Hell King sword. A crisp sound was heard. This small black sword shattered into countless tiny crystal particles, but the worry-free horn that was charging forward suddenly slowed down and froze in the air. In the next breath, it was actually sent flying backwards by the power of these crystal particles. Chen Chu's frown deepened, and the strange blush on his face became brighter and more intense. This was the first round of probing. In the eyes of all the spectators, the result was extremely unfavorable to him. Forefather Ju's fiendish energy had accumulated in his body for a long time, and had reached an unimaginable level. His vital energy gathered together with the power of the worry-free horn, and everyone could sense that he was forcefully channeling his vital energy despite his injuries. In a situation where his internal organs were damaged, this kind of forceful use of true essence would naturally cause greater damage to his body, making it impossible for him to fight for a long time. But how could a fight between Realm 7s be so simple? Sensing all the changes in Forefather Ju's presence as the small black sword struck the worry-free horn, Chen Chu found a sliver of hope in this seemingly hopeless battle. He once again took a deep breath. In a short time, the space in front of him was sucked into a vacuum. His right hand reached out towards the worry-free horn. Everyone thought that he was going to grab this seal weapon that had been knocked back. But in this moment, the many purple glowing droplets in his energy sea that no one else could sense exploded out of his right hand along his meridians. When these glowing purple droplets charged out of his fingertip, they turned into a purple crescent moon in front of him. The instant this purple crescent moon bloomed in front of him, there was a rumbling sound in the sky above, as if a huge gap had been opened. An exceptionally bright pillar of light seemed to transcend the limits of time, falling from the sky and landing on the purple crescent moon in front of him. Everyone was shocked. "What is going on?" Xie exclaimed in disbelief. This purple crescent moon was clearly the life bond item of this Realm 7 Grandmaster. In the previous battles, this Realm 7 Grandmaster had always used external items to fight, causing people to suspect that he had a life bond item. The sudden appearance of a life bond item had already caused people to be so nervous they could not breathe. But the power contained in the pillar of light falling from the sky seemed to far surpass the power of this life bond item. This scene of the sky opening and terrifying energy falling down was clearly the scene of Realm 8 Heaven opening realm in some records. Ding Ning's expression was calm as he calmed his mind and sensed. He knew very well that the reason for such a phenomenon was because Chen Chu's life item was a special practitioner weapon. The Chu seal weapons are the best in the world, but they are just using external items to borrow the surface of Realm 8. How can they truly have the presence of Realm 8? Forefather Ju looked up at the bright pillar of light falling from the sky and shook his head in sympathy. The worry-free horn was sent flying by the power of the purple crescent moon. Chen Chu did not pay attention to the worry-free horn. His entire person had merged into one with the purple crescent moon. His body was lifted up by the power of the purple crescent moon. Together with the purple crescent moon, he arrived in front of Forefather Ju with a boom. Ding Ning, Fu Su, Xie Lianing, Xie Ru, the two carriage drivers of the Ju family, the carriage, and even Forefather Ju's body were blown back by an unstoppable gust of wind. His loose robes were blown close to Forefather Ju's body by the gust of wind, revealing his originally concealed figure. There was a large gap at the side of his waist. It was deep inside his body, but his lower abdomen was bulging. It gave people the feeling that the piece of flesh that had been cut off was piled up inside his lower abdomen. Forefather Ju's expression was stern. His 10 fingers spread open. 10 thin black crystals appeared between his fingers as if they were not real. However, they did not immediately turn into small swords. Instead, they floated in front of his hands. In the next moment, the sound of an enormous mountain moving came from the sky. Invisible primal energies of the universe flooded into his body, and then furiously surged out of his skin along with his vital energy. The 10 thin black crystals merged with his vital energy, and the terrifying amount of energy he had transported with his mountain-moving realm cultivation. They suddenly formed a black crescent moon. The black crescent moon gave off a terrifying presence of destruction, and gave off black and white light. The surrounding world became pure black and white like ink garden. Everyone's body was bathed in black and white as though they had been dragged into an ink scroll. This was the strongest killing essence of the painting remnant scroll. While Forefather Ju's comprehension of the painting remnant scroll was slightly off, and he did not completely understand the meaning of profit and loss, after hundreds of years of study, he had a complete grasp of this killing essence. This was why even though his energy sea was frozen, Zhongsun Qianxue, who possessed the 9 Hell King sword, had said to Ding Ning that she was not certain of victory. The black and white light pierced the enormous pillar of light falling from the sky. The enormous pillar of light was also corroded by the black and white. The purple crescent moon quickly dimmed, and countless rust-like patterns appeared on its surface. His life bond item had been damaged to a certain extent. Chen Chu could not help but cough lightly. Crimson blood sprayed out of his nose and mouth. Beads of blood seeped out of his skin and made a hissing sound as though air was leaking out of his body. This was because the primal energies of the universe and vital energy in his body had reached their limits. Under the powerful impact, the primal energies of the universe in his meridian points were being squeezed out in threads. He knew that even if he won this battle, his cultivation would likely fall greatly in the future, and his injuries would be so serious that he would not be able to fight in the future. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Chen Chu's mouth. But his eyes were determined and flashed with fanatical light. He reached out his hand again. Most of his vital energy flooded into the seal scripts of the silver Rakshasa thumb ring. A small but powerful silver flow of energy accurately charged into Forefather Ju's body and into the empty space at his waist. This was the chance of victory he wanted at all costs. If such a powerful force charged into Forefather Ju's old wounds, it would immediately tear apart all of Forefather Ju's organs and destroy his energy sea. Even before death, Forefather Ju would not be able to counterattack. Yet at this time, Chen Chu's body suddenly turned cold. He saw Forefather Ju's eyes exude some smugness and pride. When that silver flow of energy charged into Forefather Ju's body, it seemed to have charged into an empty space. To be more precise, this power of his had directly rushed into the sea of chi that had already been prepared there, like an open pocket. Even if ordinary people had a passage to their energy sea like this, if such a destructive power forced its way into the energy sea would be greatly damaged and the cultivator would immediately die. Yet Forefather Ju's body was like a frozen star space. Inside, it was filled with countless pieces of ice. The moment this silver flow of energy charged in, it was frozen. Chen Chu finally understood the situation inside Forefather Ju's body, and why Forefather Ju was slower than him. But at this time, he did not have the time to react. Forefather Ju's left hand gently pressed against his chest. Strange sounds sounded from inside his body. In the next moment, the flesh on his back was pierced by the countless broken bones that rushed out of his body, bringing with them countless puffs of bloody mist. Chapter 182. Chen Chu's bones were shattered, and his organs were crushed into mush. But to everyone's surprise, he did not immediately fall down and die. He still stood and looked with a strange gaze at Forefather Ju's bulging belly. What meaning is there? He was the loser of this battle. As a grandmaster of the Chu dynasty, he was about to die on the land of the Qin dynasty. Yet when he looked at Forefather Ju, his sharp voice contained a strange sympathy. These words were hard to understand, but Forefather Ju knew the meaning in his words. Even his energy sea was frozen to such a state, his organs were so damaged, his body was so old. He would use up large amounts of natural treasures every day. Living was not a pleasure. What was the meaning in a person who should have died before Emperor Yuanwu ascended the throne, living until now with a damaged body? Because he understood, Forefather Ju's expression grew dark. Even a withered tree can come back in spring, much less just one step away from the sky. He looked coldly at Chen Chu and said coldly, "A centipede dies but does not fall down. You want to reach the sky?" Chen Chu said mockingly. His strange and sympathetic gaze landed on Fu Su and Ding Ning. Worms that are about to die and travel outside, their actions are naturally poisonous. You have to be careful. Forefather Ju sneered and did not say anything. With a soft pop, the last thread of power supporting Chen Chu disappeared from his body. He collapsed to the ground. His limp body could not be compared to the Realm 7 Grandmaster who had slaughtered the Xie family caravan. Ding Ning was silent and bowed his head slightly. Even if they were enemies, some people were worthy of respect. What do they want to do? Fu Su's gaze landed in the distance, on the dozen or so Xie family members who had been kidnapped. While the Xie family's plan had succeeded, and two cultivators disguised as Chen family women and children, successfully causing Chen Tunchen and this Realm 7 expert of the Chu dynasty to turn against each other, because they had not expected the Chen family to have such a Realm 7 expert, the Xie family had paid a great price today. Of the 5 Realm 5 cultivators in the caravan, 3 were dead and 2 were seriously injured. At this time, the 2 cultivators disguised as the Chen family women had been exposed and died. The Xie family had nothing to fear. In his view, the remaining Chen family members were likely to kill the dozen Xie family members who had been kidnapped. However, the members of the Chen family who had disguised themselves as mounted gangsters did not do so. Furthermore, they did not flee immediately. It seemed that they were just waiting. They want to talk. Ding Ning looked up at Fu Su and Xie Lianying, saying, Chen Tunchen is dead, but the Chen family still has many family members. They hope the Xie family can give them a way out. The key to doing business is to make money amicably, especially not to take the other's last bite. Xie Lianying nodded. He looked at Ding Ning with great satisfaction. He had seen countless young geniuses, but none of them satisfied him as much as Ding Ning. Who is in charge now? He took several steps forward, looking at the desolate and bleak figures of the Chen family members, and said calmly. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face and short hair got off his horse, took several steps forward, and bowed to Xie Lianying. Release our people, return our goods, and the Xie family will not act against the Chen family. Xie Lianying nodded slightly in return, and then said meaningfully, your horses should be very fast. This middle-aged man who had replaced Chen Tunchen as the Chen family manager knew Xie Lianying's meaning. As long as the Xie family did not act against the Chen family, even if the news of this place spread, and everyone knew that the Chen family was a pawn placed in Guangzhou by the Chu dynasty, they would have enough time to take their family members and flee. Many thanks, we owe the Xie family a favor. The middle-aged man bowed deeply again, and then turned to mount his horse. Today, they and the Xie family were mortal enemies, but now that victory was decided, they were truly grateful for the Xie family's promise. The thunderous sound of hooves sounded again. All of the Chen family members started to flee. Looking at the dozen Xie family members who were safe in the distance, Xie Lianying turned to look at Ding Ning and said softly but seriously, Today, the Chen family owes us a favor, but the Xie family owes you a favor. Ding Ning said calmly, Xie Changxing is my friend. Xie Lianying stilled slightly. He laughed and said, this good-for-nothing boy made some good friends. After saying this, he turned around and bowed seriously to Forefather Ju. He said, the Guangzhou Xie family thanks Elder for your help. Forefather Ju's gloominess had disappeared from his face, and his expression recovered its benevolence. Just a coincidence. Xie Lianying said seriously, for Elder, it is a coincidence, but for us, it is a matter of life and death. Forefather Ju looked at Chen Chu's corpse and said, it is worth it to obtain Chu's heavy weapons. What did the Xie family transport? While Xie Lianying and Forefather Ju were talking, Ding Ning looked at Xie Ru and asked softly. Xie Ru hesitated for a moment, but still said softly, military equipment. Ding Ning frowned and asked, very big. Xie Ru did not say anything and nodded. Ding Ning said softly, transported to Deer Mountain? Xie Ru did not speak or nod. For Ding Ning, this was tacit agreement. Ding Ning frowned and said, how can they be reassured to have the Xie family transport? Military equipment was usually transported by the army themselves. Those that could not be transported by themselves were usually things that could not be transported by the army, were large in number, or were very large and heavy, and would delay the march of the army. The military equipment to be transported to Deer Mountain definitely represented the power of the dynasty, and were extremely intimidating. Even if such military equipment was given to the Xie family to transport, how could it not be escorted by important cultivators of the court? Xie Ru took a deep breath. This matter was extremely confidential and could not be spread. But the Xie family was able to escape this calamity thanks to Ding Ning. Also, Ding Ning had already guessed. There was no meaning in concealing it. We are only transporting some parts and spare parts of the military equipment, not the most important parts. Xie Ru looked at Ding Ning and said softly, even if the Chen family stole our goods, I fear they do not know that it is a part of a certain military equipment. The same words caused different waves in Ding Ning and Fu Su's minds. Other than the golden crow flame, does Changling have an even stronger military equipment? Ding Ning frowned deeply and felt slightly uneasy. Fu Su was shocked beyond words. Could it be that the item was finally completed? The dozen people from the Xie family who had been robbed were galloping over. Xie Ru immediately went forward to ask. When she returned to Ding Ning and Ding Ning's side, Ding Ning frowned and asked, is there a problem with the goods transported? Even someone like Chen Chu could not see it. There is no problem. Xie Ru's eyes flashed with indescribable joy. Thanks to you? I asked. Chen Chu inspected but did not find any problems. He thought it was the embryos used to make crossbows. Ding Ning frowned deeply, and his body began to be filled with coldness. The embryos of ordinary crossbows were naturally round and slender objects. If the army could not transport them themselves, there would be an astounding number of them. For him, this meant that a certain idea of the Basin Kendo ground had become reality. If it was as he thought, then the Yuanwu Emperor's throne would become even more indestructible. The Xie family started to clean up the mess. The dozen Xie family members who had been kidnapped were extremely tired, but at least they had not suffered any serious injuries. The worry-free horn, the silver Rakshasa thumb ring, and Chen Chu's lifebond item were all collected by the Xie family and delivered to Forefather Ju. Chen Chu's lifebond item had been compressed into numerous glowing droplets in his body. But now, it was a purple jade the size of a fingernail. It was also not in the shape of a crescent moon. The edges were irregular, and it looked like a piece that had split off from something. After a casual glance, Forefather Ju called out gently for Ding Ning and Fu Su to return to him. Your sword is not ordinary, but it is incomplete. It is not worthy of you in the future. This worry-free horn is suitable for the White Goat Cave's White Goat Sword Manual, but do not use it easily. If such an important weapon of the Chu is easily revealed, the cultivators of the Chu dynasty will fight for it. Forefather Ju looked kindly at Ding Ning and gave the worry-free horn to Ding Ning. Just now, you have seen the wonders of this silver Rakshasa thumb ring. You also have to use it carefully. Then he gave the silver Rakshasa thumb ring to Fu Su. These two items were truly important, even more important than the snow dandelion sword that Li Lingjun had given to Mo Chen in the past. But as he expressed his thanks, an unusual emotion flashed through Ding Ning's eyes, whose coldness had not dissipated. Forefather Ju could not be so generous. Even if he wanted to show generosity, for Forefather Ju, Fu Su was just a friend who had come with him. He did not need to give such an important weapon to Fu Su. Forefather Ju's actions were definitely unusual. Chapter 183. The setting sun burned like blood. Ding Ning watched as the Xie family members left. On the road in the distance, the figures of the Xie family became smaller and smaller. In the end, they became black dots, as if they were about to melt into the crimson sunset. Ding Ning's expression grew more solemn. The Chen family was one of the wealthiest families in Guangzhou. Today, they had revealed their identity as Chu spies, and even a Realm 7 Grandmaster like Chen Chu, who was rare even among Chu cultivators, had died here. Both Chen Tunchen's death and the battle between Chen Chu and the Xie family cultivators were tragic. But he knew this was just a small shadow of the Deer Mountain Conference. At this time, there would be many grandmasters like Chen Chu, who were usually high up and did not enter the mortal world. They would travel everywhere just to stop a cultivator, to stop some of the army's food and weapons, just to affect the Deer Mountain Conference. Under such a storm, everyone was as minuscule as the Xie family members who were about to merge into the red sunset. But in each of these shadows, there were many people who performed brilliantly and were worthy of respect. It was these countless silhouettes that formed the real history and allowed the people to live and work in peace and contentment on the vast land. These people should not be erased from the history books. Otherwise, this would be as unfair as Zhongsun Qianxue said. The Ju family carriage had been repaired, but Forefather Ju, sitting in the carriage, did not give the order to depart until all the Xie family members disappeared on the distant path. His expression grew colder, and the parts of his body below his abdomen grew colder. He even started to lose feeling. Chen Chu had risked serious damage to his lifebond item in order to destroy his energy sea and kill him. But he had not expected this to be the death door he had left for Chen Chu from the start. In a battle between Realm 7s, life and death were decided in such a swift and seemingly ordinary way. From any perspective, Forefather Ju's victory today was a textbook battle, a victory based on experience and intelligence. But Forefather Ju had overlooked one point. Even though he had perfectly utilized the flaws in his body, His body was no longer the same as before. He had accurately calculated Chen Chu's strength. He had calculated that the yuan qi that was about to burst into his energy sea would be instantly frozen. However, he never expected that his body's 5 qis were already out of balance. All these years, he had only barely managed to adjust them with medicine. Ordinary cultivators, even those with much lower cultivation than him, would naturally adjust when the 5 energies in their bodies were slightly out of balance. It was only a matter of time, and they would not be injured at all. But he was different. When the wild energy charged into his body, threads of scattered energy seeped into his energies. Like a chain reaction, it caused an uncontrollable change. The medicine that he had carefully prepared and stored in his body were unable to adjust this disorder at all. To his body, it had instead become a deadly poison. His sea of qi froze even more. The meridians below the abdomen were completely frozen. At this time, he could no longer walk, and it was also impossible for him to force his true essence below his abdomen. Everything today had originally been under his control. If Xie Lianying was killed, Xie Ru might be easily controlled by him. In the near future, it was possible for him to slowly consume the Xie family. Yet, all of this was unexpected because of Ding Ning. Thinking of Ding Ning's performance in today's battle, Forefather Ju's frosty face started to fill with viciousness. "Come here." He slowly spoke to Ding Ning and Fu Su. Ding Ning, who was silently watching the sunset glow burning on the road in the distance, raised his eyebrows slightly. However, from Forefather Ju's slightly different tone, he knew that something was going to happen. But he still calmly turned around and walked towards Forefather Ju's carriage. Fu Su had no wariness towards Forefather Ju, but when he walked next to Ding Ning and stopped, his pupils contracted as he sensed great danger. The benevolence in his eyes turned into incomprehension and unease. His black hair danced as though a power was about to shoot out. Yet, he did not have time to do anything. A black stream of air pushed open the curtains of the carriage and rushed into his body. His body froze. His blood and vital energy were immediately frozen and unable to flow. In the next moment, his body was covered in thick black frost. Ding Ning, who was beside him, was the same. A cracking sound was heard. 2 more flashing white energies flowed out of the carriage and landed on Ding Ning and Fu Su's bodies. This white flow of energy was very gentle, but it pushed some exceptionally cold energy into the depths of Ding Ning and Fu Su's bodies. In their perception, whether it was in their sea of qi or in many of the meridians in their bodies, they were all filled with condensed black ice. These black ice were like countless reefs that blocked the waterways. Blood and energy could slowly flow and maintain the vitality of the body, but once vital energy flowed, it would immediately shatter into powerless waves and bubbles. Why? After the black frost on his body shattered and fell off, Fu Su found that he could speak and immediately asked in disbelief. Forefather Ju did not immediately answer his puzzlement. He looked coldly at Ding Ning through the carriage curtain. Ding Ning slowly looked up. His body could move right now, but any movement, any part of his body was filled with numbness and pain like a pair of legs that had been sitting for a long time. There is no reason. From the start, I never thought of letting you go. Forefather Ju laughed savagely and viciously. He looked at Ding Ning and started to answer Fu Su's question. From the moment you helped your senior and junior sect brothers in Ink Garden comprehend many of the cultivation methods of the Ju family's painting remnant scroll, your outcome was decided. After a pause, Forefather Ju said disdainfully, the painting remnant scroll is the foundation of the Ju family in Changling. For the Ju family, there are countless powerful possibilities. How can some of the secrets, especially the star fiendish methods, be spread outside? While he was talking, Ding Ning didn't say anything. Some invisible little silkworms silently appeared in his body and started to consume the black ice in his body. There were very few little silkworms. Ding Ning was not in a hurry and sensed the speed at which these little silkworms consumed. At this time, Forefather Ju's face only overlapped with the face of the Forefather Ju he was familiar with. So his emotions did not change much. But next to him, Fu Su grew angry. The anger of being deceived caused Fu Su's body to tremble violently. Since you already had such thoughts, Why did you treat Ding Ning and me like this? What do you want to use us for? He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he looked at Forefather Ju. He said angrily, if you have always been pretending, then why not continue to pretend? Because pretending is very tiring. Forefather Ju said disdainfully, especially pretending in front of two juniors that you can easily kill. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Ding Ning had not spoken up until now. At this time, he completely sensed the speed at which these little silkworms were consuming the black ice in his body. He said in a slightly cold voice, very uncomfortable. In order to not make Xie Lianing suspicious, you purposefully gave us two Chu Dynasty seal weapons. Even I feel disgusted when I think about it now. Forefather Ju's eyes narrowed slightly and he said coldly, you do not seem to be very afraid. Ding Ning did not disguise his disdain and sneered. If you wanted to kill us, you would have killed us long ago. Why wait until now? Especially when you wanted to take us to Deer Mountain from so far away. We naturally have value. You cannot control yourself now. I fear that just now, the battle with Chen Chu will not be as easy as it appears. You fear you cannot control us. Forefather Ju narrowed his eyes, and his pupils contracted. He exuded unimaginable coldness. You have good eyes. Forefather Ju did not deny it and said coldly, but if you want to blame someone, blame just now for not listening to my orders and acting on your own. Otherwise, even if you died, you would not have suffered so much. What do you want to use us for? Fu Su did not have much fear on his face, only anger. You will know when you reach Wu Mountain. I will not make you wait for long. Forefather Ju looked down at his legs that had lost all feeling. He said cruelly, because from the start, I did not plan on having you go to Deer Mountain. I will have you die in Wu Mountain. Fu Su still wanted to say something. However, Ding Ning stood in front of him and did not allow him to speak. Get on the carriage. Forefather Ju said coldly. When he said these words, he did not know that in the opposite direction of the sunset glow, in the distant white clouds behind him, there was a pure white shadow flying. It was like a huge fish with white scales on its body. However, it had a pair of pure white wings. Two long fleshy feelers were also white and slowly floated in the air. There were two figures sitting on the back of this strange bird. Chapter 184. One of the two figures was an old man with white hair and beard that hung down like ginseng. He was the teacher of the bureau chief of the Clan Law Bureau, Huang Jinwei, and the Yuanwu Emperor. The outside world knew very little about this old man. Almost no one even knew his name. The only thing certain was that his cultivation was very high, and he knew many cultivation theories. He was also very old, and had once been the teacher of the previous emperor. A person like this naturally had extraordinary intelligence. The person sitting respectfully next to him was not Huang Jinwei, who had been studying with him in Changling, but the dignified palace attendant who often came in and out of the emperor's study. She had a small pearl the size of a pigeon egg with countless mirrors in her hand. While she was far away from Forefather Ju, Ding Ning, Fu Su, and the others, she seemed to be able to see everything happening around Forefather Ju, Fu Su, and Ding Ning from the pearl. Official, this person is so vicious. Should we kill him? Seeing Fu Su and Ding Ning being controlled by Forefather Ju, this dignified palace attendant's eyes turned cold as she asked. She did not ask, sir, if you want to kill him, but if you want to kill him. This meant that she had the ability to kill Forefather Ju even without the old man acting. If we wanted to kill him, we could have killed him when we came out of Changling. Forefather Ju is a worm that does not die. How can he have good intentions? But he is a grandmaster of the Qin dynasty. He may have some use on this trip to Deer Mountain. Hearing the palace attendant's murderous words, the old man smiled slightly and said, also, I want to see what he wants to do. The palace attendant put away her anger and said slowly, that wine shop youth is not bad. The old man nodded gently and said, but we have to see if he can pass this and the Minute Mountain sword trials. The palace attendant was silent. Many breaths later, she asked respectfully, even you do not have absolute confidence in this conference. Back then, our army killed 400,000 elite soldiers of the Zhao dynasty. Everyone thought that the Zhao dynasty would be completely destroyed in the following month. The old man looked down and said slowly, "But a Zhao sword furnace that suddenly appeared caused our army to be unable to advance. Later on, when our dynasty lost the war against the Chu dynasty, a large part of the reason was that our dynasty had lost too many excellent cultivators in the Zhao lands. That's just Zhao. There are too many capable people in the world." The old man looked at the wrinkles on his hands and said, "The rise and fall of a dynasty is never something a cultivator can decide. No one can guarantee what kind of grandmaster will appear in the Deer Mountain Conference this time. The grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace back then is the best example. The reason I say the Minute Mountain Sword Trials is a test he must pass is because, according to my knowledge, only some of the methods of Minute Mountain Sword sect can keep him alive. As to the fact that the Deer Mountain Conference was an obstacle he had to pass, it was because the Deer Mountain Conference was related to all the cultivators of the Qin. If there is chaos, cultivators like them will not be able to cultivate in peace." The palace attendant took a deep breath and did not speak. She had thought that she was just worrying for nothing, but had not expected that even the teacher of the Holy Son of Heaven was deeply worried. What she had not expected was that what the old man was truly worried about was the 9-death silkworm that had appeared. The emperor is at Deer Mountain. More than half of the power of the Qin dynasty has left Changling. If he really is your heir, what will he do at this time? The old man was undoubtedly one of the people who knew that person's abilities the best. So in his view, if there was a person who could have a fatal effect on the Qin dynasty, then this person would be the heir left behind by that person. But this wise old man would never have thought that the 9-death silkworm he was truly worried about was right in front of him. There were evil waters between the Wu Mountains. There were almost no merchant ships or fishing boats traveling in the turbulent mountain rivers. There were not many people on the shores, and only the occasional cries of apes. But at this time, there were more than a dozen armored ships traveling in one of the evil waters. On the leading ship stood a man dressed in light yellow dragon robes. While he looked calmly at the floating clouds in the sky and the waves in the water, this evil river seemed to be suppressed by his presence, becoming oppressive and respectful. Even the flow of the river was much calmer than usual. Behind him stood many generals in black armor and important people of Changling. He was naturally the most important person of this Deer Mountain Conference, the Yuanwu Emperor of the Qin dynasty. While even his teacher did not have absolute confidence that the Qin dynasty could regain face in this Deer Mountain Conference, everyone knew that the reason for his lack of confidence was because he was the common enemy of the other 3 dynasties. An ape's cry came from the mountains on the 2 shores and then quickly disappeared as though it had fled far away. This sharp cry caused the Yuanwu Emperor's eyebrows to move slightly and he stopped thinking. He waved his hand behind him and said, "Bureau Chief Huang, come forward." Huang Jinwei, who had been standing respectfully on the side of the deck and looking at the dangerous forests on the 2 shores, stilled slightly. Then he walked behind the Yuanwu Emperor and was 2 steps behind him. "Stand shoulder to shoulder with me," the Yuanwu Emperor said without turning his head to look at him, his hands behind his back. Huang Jinwei took a deep breath. He was shocked but did not say anything. He walked forward and stood on the right side of the Yuanwu Emperor. They stood side by side and looked at the waves hitting the rocks in front of them. "You are the person I chose. I had my teacher teach you. Strictly speaking, you are my junior sect brother." The Yuanwu Emperor said slowly, "The reason I chose you is because you are a true national scholar. You know and understand that everything I do is for the dynasty to become stronger so that the people of the world can live and work in peace. You are the person most loyal to me in Changling." Huang Jinwei nodded slightly in thanks for the Yuanwu Emperor's praise. But inside, he could not help but think, in the eyes of the emperor, he was the most loyal to him. Then were the 2 ministers, the empress, and his teacher not the most loyal to him? "You must find it strange why I called you to come forward and stand shoulder to shoulder with me." The Yuanwu Emperor looked at the nearby Deer Mountain and said to Huang Jinwei, "This is because even the strongest emperor is a person and has his own emotions." Huang Jinwei could not help but glance at him and said softly, "This subject does not understand. 3 years before I ascended the throne, no one in the entire Qin dynasty dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The Yuanwu emperor slowly said, "Originally, I should have had many people standing shoulder to shoulder with me at this kind of occasion, but they were too stubborn. In the end, I was the only one standing at the bow of the ship and leading the Qin dynasty forward. 3 years before I ascended the throne, I became this lonely one." Huang Jinwei's breathing paused slightly. His gentle and scholarly expression did not change, but his heart tightened slightly. He knew that the emperor's emotions were due to nostalgia and remembering the past, but he did not know what true emotions were contained in this nostalgia. "This lonely one has you come forward because I want you to fight shoulder to shoulder with me at the Deer Mountain Conference." The Yuanwu emperor did not look at him. He said softly in a sigh or praise, "After this conference, this lonely one will become the true lonely one." Huang Jinwei's eyes suddenly showed unprecedented shock. "This lonely one will become the true lonely one." These words were hard to pronounce, but when he heard the Yuanwu emperor change his previous title and call himself this lonely one, he clearly sensed the true meaning. The Holy One had such great confidence in the upcoming Deer Mountain Conference. A streak of black light descended from the sky. It was a black-feathered goshawk. The goshawk landed on the arm of a black-armored general. The black-armored general took out a secret document from a small metal tube tied to its leg and handed it to an abnormally fat man beside him. This unusually fat man gave off a domineering presence. He was another important person in Changling, Marquis Shu of Mount Heng. Marquis Shu took a few steps forward, his footsteps causing the entire ship to shake. The first to ascend Deer Mountain was the Chu King. The Chu King worshipped the heavens at Deer Mountain and established Li Lingjun as the crown prince. Marquis Shu, who had read the secret document, stood behind the Yuanwu emperor and said softly, "The first to ascend the mountain was the Chu, and the first to die will be the Chu." The Yuanwu emperor smiled proudly without any surprise. He said slowly, "This has nothing to do with the Chu King's old age and who takes over the throne. A dynasty that relies too much on external objects will naturally lose their own spirit. Great Chu can produce true craftsmen, but it can never produce true grandmasters of cultivation." Marquis Shu smiled domineeringly. At this time, among the various dynasties, the Chu dynasty was the strongest, but even in his eyes, the Chu dynasty was the weakest opponent. Chapter 185. The sky was full of stars. Looking at the stars from the mountain peak, those stars were especially clear. Even the usually invisible silver galaxies were reflected in Li Lingjuan's eyes. The reason this rare conference was chosen to be held at Deer Mountain was because of its unique location. Looking from the mountain peak, one could see the territories of multiple dynasties, and the world was under their feet. Another reason was because of Deer Mountain's height and peace. While Deer Mountain was tall, there was a large patch of flat land at the top. Walking there, one did not seem to be on the mountain peak, but on the plains. At this time, in front of Li Lingjun, a small palace had been built on the flat land at the peak of Deer Mountain. The palace was slender and exquisite, causing people to think of thin waists. An exquisite red carpet led to this palace that had been built in a day. On the two sides of the red carpet were the Chu beauties and powerful cultivators. Seeing Li Lingjun walk over, these beauties and powerful cultivators all bowed in greeting. Today, the Chu dynasty was the first to ascend Deer Mountain. He had been conferred the title of Crown Prince. At this time, among the beauties and cultivators kneeling on both sides, many of them were existences he had to carefully study and even look up to. Looking at these people's respectful and even fearful and regretful appearances, Li Lingjun felt very strange. He should have felt deep hatred towards these people, including his father king in the palace. Yet when he was made the crown prince, this hatred seemed to have dissipated. But perhaps because he had stayed in Changling for too long, he felt unfamiliarity when looking at these Chu people. He felt like he was a Qin person looking at these Chu people. The Chu crown prince was fated to be the future king of Chu. But before he ascended the throne, the master of the Chu dynasty was still the old man in the palace. According to the rules, he still had to pay his respects in the morning and evening. Walking into the quiet palace, his eyes immediately flashed with an inconceivable emotion. On the pure gold dragon couch, There was no sign of the emperor, whose face was covered in age spots. Do not worry. Just like how you did not expect him to leave after ascending Deer Mountain, no one in the world will know that he will leave Deer Mountain at this time. Consort Zhao Xiong, dressed in light robes, looked at his shocked features and said, before the Deer Mountain conference starts, he will naturally return. Li Lingjun suppressed his shock, his gaze still fixed on the empty dragon bed. He asked softly, where did father go, and what does he want to do? Consort Zhao shook her head and looked at him seriously. Even I don't know. Li Lingjun was shocked, speechless. It was unreasonable for a monarch to travel on his own. Also, his body was not in good condition. The Deer Mountain conference that would decide the fate of the Chu and the entire world was about to start. If his father, King Wulier of Chu, who still controlled the entire Chu dynasty, met with an accident before the Deer Mountain conference, he didn't even dare to think about it because he knew that with his present abilities, he could not deal with and control a situation like this. The Chu emperor, rumored to have been robbed of his body by wine and women, was gravely ill and feared would not live for long, had suddenly left after ascending Deer Mountain. The strongest emperor in the history of the Qin dynasty, the Yuanwu emperor, had taken the path of Wu Mountain. The armored ships were quickly approaching Deer Mountain. At this time, Ding Ning and Fu Su were entering Wu Mountain. Forefather Zhu had not entered Wu Mountain from any of the Qin dynasty's checkpoints. Without checkpoints, this meant that there were no roads that normal carriages could travel. The Zhu family's carriages had been abandoned long ago. Even the 3 carriage drivers did not follow them into Wu Mountain. In the damp and pathless forest, Ding Ning swung the last flower remnant sword to open a path. Behind him, Fu Su carried forefather Zhu, who could not move his limbs, and followed closely behind. The thick mist had soaked through Ding Ning and Fu Su's clothing. Adding on the water droplets falling from the leaves in the forest, every corner of Ding Ning and Fu Su's clothing started to drip water. Wet and cold, the mountain path was steep and pathless, and there were countless snakes and insects moving through the forest. They had to be vigilant at all times. Even if Ding Ning and Fu Su's vital energy could flow, this kind of journey could not be described as easy. Also, their vital energy was sealed, and even their energies were slow. Knowing that forefather Zhu would not act before reaching his goal, both Ding Ning and Fu Su's attitudes were not respectful. The blood in half of your body has been completely frozen. Even I can judge that in less than half a year, your entire body will stiffen to death. Fu Su was usually kind, but at this time, his entire body was sore. Also, he had to carry a person he hated in such an uncomfortable environment. His tone was full of disdain. With your body, you are not preparing for your funeral in Changling, but coming to such a barren place. What do you want to do? Not many days had passed since the battle with Chen Chu. At this time, forefather Zhu's presence was slowly releasing to maintain his body's dryness and cleanliness. However, his face was much thinner, and wrinkles appeared on his smooth skin. A large tree might have been hollowed out by insects, but its roots were still strong, and its branches and leaves could be maintained. But if even its roots were withered, and its energies were in chaos, then this tree was fated to wither quickly. Hearing Fu Su's disdain, forefather Zhu was not angry at all. The hatred in his eyes had long disappeared into a kind of cold calmness. We are all in similar situations, there is no need to mock each other. While I do not know why you came to this Wu Mountain, if you wanted to come, you would have come long ago. Why did you make me come with you? Hearing Fu Su's disdain and forefather Zhu's answer, Ding Ning turned to look at forefather Zhu and asked calmly. Forefather Zhu looked at Ding Ning with true admiration and answered, because you are the cultivator with the greatest comprehension ability I have ever seen. I have seen many cultivators with astounding comprehension abilities, but none of them comprehended as quickly as you. In reality, I suspect that even if I did not teach you, you would have comprehended the star fiendish condensation method from the painting remnant scroll. Ding Ning did not look back. He raised an eyebrow and said, "One question each?" Forefather Zhu smiled disapprovingly and nodded. He said, "Without my guidance, did you comprehend the star fiendish condensation method from the painting remnant scroll that day?" Ding Ning nodded to show that he admitted it, and then asked, "From what you said, You want someone with a strong comprehension ability and a fast comprehension speed to help you. Why? Forefather Ju looked at his back and said, "You will naturally know when the time comes." Fu Su immediately grew angry and said, "You did not keep your word. Taking you to see with your own eyes does not mean I did not keep my word." Forefather Ju said in a cold voice, "Your talent is not bad. I hope that you will not disappoint me at that time. Otherwise, I will quickly kill you and then return to Changling to prepare for my funeral." Ding Ning walked in silence for a moment and then suddenly said, "I heard that Wu Mountain is like Ba Mountain, surrounded by mountains that even hunters cannot go deep, and is suitable for seclusion cultivation and building a hidden sect that cannot be disturbed by the outside world. The climate of Wu Mountain is too damp and cold, and is not good for the bodies of cultivators. Also, since ancient times, there has not been a single spirit vein. So almost no sects have been established here, and no ancient sect ruins have been left behind. But because it is so barren, even cultivators do not come out, so there are many vicious beasts and spirit medicines in many places. Some ancient cultivation sects have discovered spirit medicines or useful vicious beasts. However, the spirit medicines or vicious beasts have not fully matured yet. They are also afraid of being discovered and robbed by other sects, so they would often order the powerful cultivators of the sect to lay down some powerful formations to trap them and prevent them from being discovered by the outside world." After saying this, Ding Ning looked back at Forefather Ju and asked coolly, "Is it spirit medicines or beasts?" Fu Su was slightly startled. He finally reacted. Forefather Ju immediately frowned. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. "As expected, you are the best strategist of Two-Level Tower. If you can really help me this time, I will give you a chance to choose." He took a deep breath and looked at Ding Ning. He slowly said, "Help the Ju family, or die. Have you ever thought about what kind of power the Ju family, the Xie family, and Two-Level Tower will become? Then become the strongest family in Changling, and then have your liver and intestines cut off by someone?" Before Fu Su could imagine such a scene, Ding Ning started to laugh. Fu Su could not help but laugh. This really touched Forefather Ju's reverse scale. In a moment, his hair and beard danced. A terrifying presence swept out with him as the center and formed walls of wind. How much longer? Ding Ning, who was swaying in the wind, looked unconcernedly at the snarling Forefather Ju. He said coolly, "Rather than wasting this kind of energy, it is better to open a path for me so we can reach that place faster. Maybe I can see some clues faster." Forefather Ju forced down the murderousness filling his body. He closed his eyes and did not speak. But his body started to release a sharp presence that pointed in front of Ding Ning. Like an invisible sword, it opened a path for people to quickly move forward. Chapter 186. The higher the mountain peak, the stronger the wind, blowing away the rain and mist. Wu Mountain was cloudy and rainy, but these clouds only reached the waist of one of the highest peaks. This peak was the Goddess Peak. Because the peak was so steep, and there were many unknown beasts, even the most experienced herb gatherers did not return after entering this peak. This added to the mysteriousness of this peak. At this time, 3 figures appeared on a protruding cliff at the waist of the Goddess Peak. 2 of them were youths who looked exhausted, and the other was an infinitely old man who was sitting on the cold and hard rock. These 3 were naturally Ding Ning, Fu Su, and Forefather Ju. The clouds and rain on Mount Wu were different from other mountain ranges. Some places were shrouded in clouds, while others were raining. However, there were some forests that were clear. Looking over, Mount Wu was not a sea of clouds. Instead, there were countless valleys that were covered in mist. It was as if the forest was filled with countless white bowls. They had worked hard to climb to such a height naturally, not just to see the scenery. Ding Ning turned to look at Forefather Ju, waiting for him to speak. "The sun is at noon, the pillars have fallen, the formation door has just opened, the source of the clouds and rain." Forefather Ju looked at the sky and said expressionlessly, "Just an hour more. We have to wait until noon to see the abnormality and see where the formation door is." Fu Su heard the meaning and was even more puzzled. You brought us here because you want Ding Ning to help you see where the true formation door is? If that's the case, don't tell me that you haven't even entered the real array door. How do you know what you want is inside? Forefather Ju glanced at Fu Su and said coldly, the position of the formation door can change at any time. But even if we cannot see it, we can try our luck. However, I do not have the time to try my luck, nor the body and strength to try my luck. When you see a possible formation door, run there to try. When you find it is not right, run here to look, and then go down to try. The wrong formation door may hide powerful dangers. It is good to be wounded, but if you are not careful, you may be killed. Fu Su understood Forefather Ju's meaning and said, this method is really stupid. Forefather Ju sneered and did not speak. Ding Ning, who had not spoken before, looked at him and said, using this stupid method, you entered this formation door in the past, but there are things you cannot deal with inside. So even if you find something useful to you, you cannot get it. Forefather Ju maintained his silence. Ding Ning continued, you should have come here before you were injured in the resistance. But after so many years, you have stayed in Changling and have not thought about this place. Is it because the things inside are not mature enough, and have only matured now? Forefather Ju did not deny Ding Ning's guess this time. He nodded and said, 30 years ago, when I just entered Realm 7, I passed by Wu Mountain and coincidentally found this place. Now, I am on the verge of death, but the things inside are suitable. A monster like you with extraordinary comprehension has appeared. I think this is fate. Ding Ning looked at him and shook his head seriously. He said, it is not possible for all the good things to happen to you. Maybe all the good things happened to me, Forefather Ju said expressionlessly. There were not many coincidental good things in the world. But waiting may be normal in life. On another high cliff of Goddess Peak, an old man who looked as old as Forefather Ju was also waiting. He wore a light yellow brocade robe made from the softest silk, and the most exquisite jade crown on his head. The white jade crown had naturally formed light red patterns like bright peach blossoms. His face was covered in black and brown age spots. But even so, his facial features were unusually beautiful. Anyone could see at a glance that he had been an extremely handsome man when he was young. At this time, he was silently waiting for the warmest noon sun to fall on Wu Mountain. Unlike Forefather Ju, he had waited for more than 30 years, and even longer. He also knew that it was not a coincidence that the Deer Mountain Conference and the things in this formation door matured at the same time, but due to arrangement. Because he had set the time of the Deer Mountain Conference. He was the legendary Chu emperor who was obsessed with the harem and indulged in beauty. The longest-serving emperor in the history of the Chu dynasty. At this time, other than anticipation, this emperor's eyes flashed with emotion and memories. He thought of the time when he was young and dressed in fine clothes and riding on horseback. At that time, he was truly fond of beauty. Often, when he heard that there was a famous beauty, he would travel thousands of miles and indulge himself in the mountains and rivers. He did not know how many beautiful marriages he had left behind. Just like this goddess Peak, the name of this goddess was actually given by him. Time was peaceful, but once it passed, it would not return. Those beauties had turned to dust long ago. Only this goddess Peak still had mist up to her waist, as though she would never age. It was indescribably beautiful. Ding Ning frowned and looked seriously at the world in front of him. The formations left behind by the ancient sect were separated by time. Even he had to be in awe of them. The sun was high in the sky. Forefather Ju's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. Before he could speak, Ding Ning's calm and serious eyes shone with light. Strong sunlight fell on the bowl-like valleys. Under the refraction of many tiny water droplets, there were no rainbows, but golden pillars of light. Fu Su's breathing paused slightly. He unconsciously thought of the words that Forefather Ju had said. He sensed that some of the golden pillars of light were different. At this time, Ding Ning had sensed what kind of formation this was. His gaze landed on one of the bowl-like valleys. Much of the true fire energy in the pillars of light that fell into the valley was absorbed by the valley. Invisible water vapor rose from the pillars of light. These pillars of light became unique channels for the water vapor to flow. In his eyes, the scenes in front of him became pure lines again. Countless streams of true fire fell, and countless streams of water vapor intermingled with the true fire and soared upwards. His eyes could not see the exact situation at the bottom of the valley, but he seemed to see all the paths at the bottom of the valley. "Let's go." He turned to look at Forefather Jew and said calmly, "However, you have to take us down this time. Otherwise, if I am too tired, I may not be able to comprehend the method to enter the formation door." Fu Su was shocked again. He looked in disbelief at Ding Ning. "You are really sure where the formation door is?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Since it is similar to how the three emperors sect mixed fire and water in the past, and also wants to hide the presence of the seal as much as possible, there will naturally be many channels to guide wind. There will naturally be more than one formation door that can be entered." After a pause, Ding Ning continued, "It is not hard to find a formation door that can be entered. The difficult part is how to resolve the killing power in the formation door." Forefather Ju's eyes had been filled with disbelief. He did not believe that Ding Ning could see the clues so quickly. But when he heard Ding Ning's words, he took a deep breath. His heart uncontrollably beat violently. "You know a lot," he said slowly. A bone-chilling wind rose from the cliffs. He, Ding Ning, and Fu Su floated up from this protruding rock, passed through the mist below, and slowly floated towards the mountain valley. Goddess Peak might have been the only mistake of the person who had set up this formation in the past. After leaving Goddess Peak and landing in the forest below, even Ding Ning could not sense anything unusual about the golden pillars of light. The person who had set up the formation back then had likely been in the mountains and had not detected that in some places on Goddess Peak, at some special times, this formation would show signs of being detected. The mountain valley where this formation was located was very flat. The short trees that stretched as far as the eye could see were soaked in milky mist. It did not look like dry land, but a deep lake. Based on Ding Ning's memories, they landed on the outskirts of the mountain valley. Even Fu Su could clearly sense an ancient presence ahead that gathered in the bright light and spread through the mountain valley. There was also a presence of wind and water that shot into the sky like a fountain as though it would pierce a hole in the sky. Forefather Ju's face flushed with an unusual red. He had used a very stupid method to find one of the entrances to this formation. This clear and similar presence caused him to be certain that Ding Ning's judgment was correct. Ding Ning's brows furrowed deeply, and he glanced at the grass and trees around him with an extremely cold gaze. A cultivator who could set up a formation like this far surpassed ordinary Realm 7s. There should be many places inside that could pose a true threat to Forefather Ju. So he did not care about Forefather Ju's thoughts. He focused on studying and sensing this formation that he had only read about in ancient texts and had never seen before. The mist was extremely dense. There was clearly wind flowing around him, but when it blew in front of him, it suddenly disappeared. Even the mist inside did not move, and the grass and trees in the mist were frozen in the air as if they were absolutely still. In this moment, Ding Ning felt pain. The moving plants in the mist turned into countless lines. These lines contained killing intent. They were like countless thorns that filled his body, causing him to feel suffocated and speechless. Pew! A mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from his lips. Chapter 187. Ding Ning, how are you? Fu Su immediately shouted in shock when he saw Ding Ning vomit blood. Ding Ning did not answer him first. Instead, he tried his best to regulate his breathing. Then, he bent down, grabbed a handful of dry soil, and threw it forward with all his might. The dust spread in the mist in the formation door and then turned to absolute stillness. The tiny grains of dust were wrapped in the mist and turned into lines like the grass and trees below in the formation door. Then they all charged back at Ding Ning. Ding Ning's clothes were covered in mud and water. Mixed with his blood, they looked unusually dirty. Chaotic thicket. Forefather Ju did not care about Ding Ning's wounds. When the dust became absolutely still in the mist ahead and formed the same chaotic lines as the grass and trees below, he thought of something. Ding Ning was silent for a while. All things in the world had their own energy, but the essence presence of all things flowed inside and could not be wantonly spat out. However, at this moment, when all the plants in the formation door came into contact with the aura that was different from usual, they immediately spat out the aura of origin within them without restraint. This caused the countless plants in the formation door to be like countless arrogant swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels were extremely low, the aura they spat out formed a huge chaotic formation. This was the legendary formation essence of the chaotic thicket. In the dynasty after Emperor Yu, the powerful sword tomb formation essence came from this chaotic thicket. However, this kind of formation essence was hard to understand even for Realm 7 and above, so it had been lost long ago. Even he had never seen it and had not expected it to appear here. How to solve it? Forefather Ju turned to look at Ding Ning, who did not seem to be deep in thought and did not move. He sneered. Since you have been attacked by the presence of this formation door and spat out blood, you must have sensed the true essence of this formation door. So do not tell me you cannot think of a solution. It's impossible to find a solution to the real chaotic growth in a short time. Ding Ning adjusted his breathing and looked calmly at him. He said, but this chaotic growth is maintained by the power of the entire formation. The person who set up this formation back then wanted this formation to exist for countless years, so there is a fatal flaw. Forefather Ju's eyes immediately burned with feverish flames. What flaw? Ding Ning said calmly, its power comes from the primordial fire of the sun. You don't have the ability to block the primordial fire of the entire formation, but if you want to block the primordial fire of the formation gate, I'm afraid you can do it. Forefather Ju immediately frowned deeply and said coldly, it is not so simple, it cannot be so simple. Fu Su also understood Forefather Ju's meaning. He looked at Ding Ning and shook his head. The entire formation is like a bowl filled with water. When the water in one part of the bowl is lacking, the water in other parts will naturally gather. Also, the places with less water will be attacked by the power of the entire formation. I understand this. Ding Ning nodded and turned to look at Forefather Ju. So you have to be fast. Forefather Ju stilled. Light flashed in his eyes as he understood something. When the water in one part of the bowl is lacking, the water in other parts will naturally gather. But if we are fast enough, we can pass before the water in other parts flows in. Ding Ning slowly took a deep breath and said, in order for us to pass quickly enough, we need to channel the water. You have to open some passageways as quickly as possible and let the energy inside pour out. Ding Ning, I have to admit that you are a true genius. Forefather Ju looked deeply at Ding Ning, a hint of a snarl appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked up with narrowed eyes at the golden pillars of light in the sky. The cold fiendish energy in his body started to slowly release. His energy sea that was almost frozen could not endure the intense battle, but it was not difficult for him to slowly release the cold fiendish energy in his body to block the golden light entering the formation door. Wisps of black flame aura flowed out of his fingertips like cold-blooded poisonous snakes, rising upwards. The joy in his heart was also rising like these flames of arrogance. He had waited for 30 years. Also, the state of his body and cultivation determined that he could not force his way through the formation door like he did 30 years ago. Today, this wine shop youth's astounding performance caused him to feel like spring was coming. All of his waiting had been worth it. However, it was also at this moment that he sensed something unusual. He abruptly turned his head, his somewhat dark face suddenly becoming incomparably pale. What had happened? Ding Ning and Fu Su also sensed that unusual presence and turned around at the same time. They and Forefather Ju were looking at several white clouds floating in the sky. The edges of the white clouds were gilded gold by the golden pillars of light falling from the sky. Yet at this moment, a black ball of light was rising from below these white clouds. The golden beams of light landed on the dark ball of light, but there was no sound, and no light came out from the bottom of the dark ball of light. Only the places where the golden beams of light came into contact with the dark ball of light constantly emitted a cold black curtain of light, which spread outwards layer by layer. That patch of sky grew darker at a visible rate, looking more and more like a black seal paper. This was not like the night because the night also had starlight and moonlight. This thick black was suffocating. Fu Su finally reacted. He looked at the black sky that almost covered half of the mountain valley. He looked at the border where the golden pillars of light and the thick black intersected. He said in shock, "There are others." Ding Ning did not speak. Forefather Ju also did not speak. It was also at this moment that a muffled boom rang out. It was as if someone had moved a huge mountain and forcefully smashed it into the calm surface of a lake for no reason. At the same time, the ground under the trio's feet started to tremble. Then a wild wind rose. The energy and mist in the mountain valley parted to the sides like a tide. Ding Ning's clothes flapped loudly. His thin and weak body was almost blown away by the strong wind and the mist used to blow him away. But he still tried to narrow his eyes and look towards where the black ball of light was rising. There was light under the black sky. He saw an old figure, his entire body giving off pure white flames as though it was burning. A wide path appeared in front of this old figure. All the weeds and trees on the path were snapped and spread to the sides of the path. Forefather Ju's body was soaked in cold sweat. This was the same solution as Ding Ning had said. Yet this person's solution was even more brutal. They did not just channel the formation, but took advantage of the weakening of the formation door to forcefully break it open. This kind of method meant that this person was far stronger than him. Who was it that possessed such power? Who was it that had discovered the spirit array here and wanted to break in today? The mist in the mountain valley was pushed away by the explosive power. While they were several miles away, when Ding Ning and the others saw the old man also saw Forefather Ju, Ding Ning and Ding Ning. A hint of surprise rose in the old man's eyes. This old man was naturally the King of Chu. The reason the Deer Mountain Conference was set at Deer Mountain at this time was because of his arrangements and calculations. After obtaining what was here, he would return to Deer Mountain and verify with the strongest people in the world. Of course, he had not expected that someone else would discover the secret of this place. Also, this person seemed to have entered the formation like him, and came here today to prepare to break in. But even if countless people discovered the secret of this place, the person who could obtain what was here would be the first to enter. First come, first served. Just one step away was fate. So the King of Chu smiled warmly at Ding Ning, Fu Su, and Forefather Ju in the distance without any murderousness or viciousness. Then he started to move towards the wide path that had appeared ahead of him. The wild wind rose again. The mist that had parted to the two sides of the mountain valley had gathered back, and with even more astounding power, the wild wind was even faster. Who is it? In the wild wind, on the back of a spirit beast that looked like a fish on a white cloud, the beauty in palace robes had a grave expression. The King of Chu. The white-haired old man, the imperial tutor of the Qin dynasty, shook his head and said emotionally, "No wonder he is at Deer Mountain, no wonder he is at this time." The beauty in palace robes looked at the moving King of Chu and said coldly, "What should we do?" The imperial tutor said peacefully, "Stop him from entering the formation." The beauty in palace robes said, "You stop the King of Chu, I will deal with Forefather Ju." The imperial tutor shook his head and looked at her beautiful eyes. He said, "You should know, I cannot stop the King of Chu alone." The beauty in palace robes breathing paused slightly. She knew the other spoke the truth, but such a choice meant giving up on Fu Su and Ding Ning. This meant that Fu Su and Ding Ning would die. The Deer Mountain Conference is the present of the Qin dynasty, the Crown Prince is the future of the Qin dynasty. One side is the present, the other is the future. Without the present, there is no future. The white-haired old man turned to look at the King of Chu who was stepping into the formation door and said, "Both the Holy One and the Empress will choose the present. We have no other choice." As he said this, his body exuded an extremely pure and faint aura. His body seemed to swell without limit. It was as if a giant had appeared between the heavens and the earth, and it was able to see far into the future. Outside the heavens and earth, many stars seemed to have suddenly dimmed. In the sky, an enormous presence suddenly rose and then landed. The King of Chu suddenly looked up. The moment he looked up, that enormous presence had already landed on the black ball of light in the sky. Chapter 188. The enormous presence in the air came from a great distance, but it was like an invisible wall was coming down. The moment it came into contact with the black ball of light in the sky, shards of light fell off the surface of the black ball of light like falling snow. The invisible wall did not have an overwhelming power and disappeared in the air. But the black ball of light split in half, turning into two black curtains of light that quickly swept through the air and spread. An enormous roar sounded like thunder. The King of Chu's expression grew grave. Just from the presence from the distance, he knew who had come. He felt a slight pain in his heart, not only because the result he had been waiting for decades had suddenly changed, but also because of the true burning pain. However, the moment the black ball of light broke apart, a golden pillar of light landed around him. Not only was there a surge of unruly yuan qi gushing out from the wounds of the plants, but the yuan qi was also burning with intense true fire. Waves of burning vegetation forced their way into his sea of consciousness, as though they wanted to ignite all the meridians in his body. Without any hesitation, his advancing figure paused, and then he retreated. At the same time, a pure wave of vital energy shot into his left palm at a speed ordinary cultivators could not imagine, and entered the string of jade beads on his wrist. This string of jade beads had a rough surface and a pure snow-white color. It looked like it was made from balls of snow, but when he injected his vital energy into it, there was a series of booms. Balls of cold energy kept exploding outside his body. 18 balls of snow that were even taller than his body formed around him, spinning around his body. Countless threads of tangible golden flame came out of the formation door at this time. These golden flames constantly cut at the balls of snow around him. The wind and snow howled, the flames splashing everywhere. The balls of snow rapidly shrank. When the balls of snow had almost completely disappeared, the King of Chu's body finally exited the formation door. The threads of fire that penetrated his body wrapped around his body, but the light yellow dragon robe he wore was made of an unknown material, and there was a faint light barrier around it that prevented the remaining threads of fire from penetrating his body. The King of Chu's face seemed to have aged slightly, but his eyes were unusually calm and solemn. He took a deep breath and looked up with narrowed eyes. How is this possible? At this time, Forefather Ju was also looking in the direction the King of Chu was looking. The mist that had covered the entire mountain valley had gathered again. It crashed into the formation door in front of the King of Chu like two giant waves. In addition to the countless white airwaves, thousands of golden sword-like flames also sputtered out. Under the cover of the white mist, Forefather Ju could not see the figure of the cultivator who had just attacked, but he knew who it was. In all of Changling, only one cultivator could display such great power from such a distance. There was no doubt about the identity of this cultivator, but how could he appear here? Forefather Ju's body was filled with terror. His cold sweat snaked across his body like small streams. But he was an experienced old man, and instinctively sensed that this was his chance. His entire body trembled as he reached out his right hand towards the array door in front of him. Countless black snake-like cold fiendish energies surged out of his right hand. In this instant, the right side of his body almost lost all feeling. Yet he knew that Ding Ning was right. What he needed to do now was to be fast. The black, cold, and fiendish air current spread out in the air. However, countless white lights shot out from it, as if an ink landscape had been spread out in the air. The golden light beam landed on the ink landscape, but it only dyed the ink landscape a reddish-gold color. However, it was unable to penetrate through. Forefather Ju howled like a wounded beast. His almost unconscious right hand swept through the air. Following a few soft sizzling noises, several white sword energies pierced into the formation in front of them, sticking close to the ground. Pieces of grass flew up. They did not follow the path of the sword energies, but were blown away by the strong winds. At this time, the right side of Forefather Ju's body had lost all feeling, just like his lower limbs. Go! With a shout, a black wind carried him, Ding Ning, and Fu Su into the array door in front of them. The grasses and trees in the array door moved slightly. Crackling sounds sounded in the air, but there was not much tangible power left. I was wondering who that was. So it is the master of the Ju family ink garden in Changling. I had not expected him to be the fated person who discovered this forbidden land. The king of Chu looked with a hint of disdain at the black and white painting in the sky and said slowly. At this time, the clouds above him had parted. The strange spirit beast that looked like a fish and a bird had flown down. Mo Shocheng and Pan Ruoy. Seeing the old man and the beauty in palace attire on the back of the spirit beast, the king of Chu's dim eyes showed a hint of amusement. He seemed to find this matter very interesting and amusing. Changling does not have city walls, but Mo Shocheng, you are the best at guarding the city. You have always been thought of as the invisible city wall outside Changling. And you, the master of Endless Palace, Zheng Xiu's most trusted subordinate. The two of you did not stay in Changling, but secretly followed forefather Zhu and the two youths. What does this mean? He examined the old man who was as old as him and the cold beauty in palace attire on the back of the spirit beast. From the emotions in the beauty's eyes, he guessed what had happened. Mo Shocheng, the teacher of the Holy Son of Heaven who very few people in Changling knew his true name, took a deep breath. He looked coolly at the king of Chu and said slowly without disguising, "How can I hide it from you? One of the two youths is Fu Su." So forefather Zhu did not know, and took the two youths to use them. You followed, but did not expect there to be such a forbidden land here, and did not expect to encounter me here. The king of Chu's gaze grew faint, and only the light of wisdom flashed in his dim eyes. This really is an accident. Mo Shocheng grimaced. Even I, the Holy One, feared that the time and place of the Deer Mountain Conference would contain such an opportunity as yours. The king of Chu smiled and said, Fu Su will be a very good emperor in the future because an extremely powerful dynasty will no longer need an emperor who can expand its territory, but an emperor who can protect what he has. You stopped me and watched him die like this. Is it worth it? Mo Shocheng glanced at him and said calmly, since I chose to do this, I naturally believe it is worth it. You are certain that the Yuanwu Emperor and Zheng Xiu will feel it is worth it. They will pay any price to obtain the greatest benefits at the Deer Mountain Conference, even if they have to sacrifice their own sons. The king of Chu smiled emotionally. Just like how I sacrificed those who fought with them and were extremely loyal to them in the past. I am not as heartless as the Yuanwu Emperor and Zheng Xiu because I cannot be as heartless as them. Emperors are already beyond the scope of ordinary people. Mo Shocheng's expression did not change as he said coolly, actions cannot be measured by the emotions of ordinary people. You were once the principal of multiple schools in Changling. In terms of knowledge and reasoning, I am not as good as you. So I will not argue with you. The king of Chu looked disdainfully at Mo Shocheng and the silent beauty in palace attire. With an indescribable presence, he said, I only know that even if the two of you work together, you cannot keep me here, and I cannot kill the two of you. So I do not want to fight you. Mo Shocheng nodded and said, this is a meaningless waste of energy. Naturally, you will not let me in. Since you chose the Deer Mountain Conference, and now, I will not let you in. The king of Chu looked calmly at Mo Shocheng and the beauty in palace attire and said, I have waited for decades for what is inside. I naturally want to see the final result. Mo Shocheng looked at him and said calmly, then we will wait here and see the final result. The beauty in palace attire knew that if they truly fought, she, Mo Shocheng, and the king of Chu would all be wounded. Maybe they would all be killed by forefather Zhu when he came out. Not just the king of Chu, even she and Mo Shocheng had a reason to not die here. So staying here was the best choice. But she and Fu Su were usually very close. When she thought of Fu Su dying inside, she could not control her emotions. She shouted harshly at the king of Chu, what is inside? The king of Chu smiled slightly and stood with his hands behind his back. He did not answer. We choose the present, and he chooses the future. In reality, we have a slight advantage. Mo Shocheng looked at the beauty in palace attire who was even more furious and said softly, he cannot do anything, but we can gamble with the future. We can gamble if a miracle will appear, and if that wine shop youth and Prince Fusu can come out. Is there such a possibility? The beauty in palace attire said angrily, her chest rising and falling violently. A slight possibility is also a possibility. Mo Shocheng looked at her and said gently, also, if you cannot help but attack first, I cannot guarantee what will happen. We may all die here. I am almost certain that his cultivation method is related to women. Chapter 189. The beauty in palace robes took a deep breath. She looked silently in the direction that forefather Ju, Ding Ning, and Fu Su had disappeared. Before this, she had thought that the Yuanwu emperor and empress had made the right choice for the Qin dynasty. In order to create an unprecedented empire, they had to be ruthless and make sacrifices at many times. These ruthlessness and sacrifices were for the Qin dynasty to become stronger, for the people of the Qin dynasty to become richer. Yet today, in order to stop the king of Chu, she had to sacrifice Fu Su. When it was her turn to give up on one of her closest people, her belief wavered slightly. Ding Ning and Fu Su were pushed through the formation door by forefather Ju's power. The power inside the formation door had weakened to an extreme, but for Ding Ning and Fu Su, it was still very powerful. Countless chaotic branches filled Ding Ning's sea of consciousness. Ding Ning felt indescribably irritated, and his blood and energy flowed in reverse. Yet, a thread of unknown coldness and murderousness silently appeared between Ding Ning's brows. Driven by his consciousness, the countless little silkworms that had disappeared from his body silently reappeared, and began to devour the cold energy that was blocking his meridians. As the little silkworms consumed, his blocked meridians quickly loosened. But he still kept all of his vital energy in his energy sea so that his presence did not change. Forefather Ju did not know that the king of Chu and the imperial tutor of the Qin dynasty had reached an agreement not to attack each other. He only knew he had to be quick. Half of his meridians were completely frozen. In a few moments, the chaotic power around him, Ding Ning, and Fu Su quickly faded and their vision cleared. They had passed through the formation door. What he should worry about the most right now was his own safety. As the most important imperial son of the Yuanwu emperor and empress, Fu Su naturally knew that the Qin dynasty had invested in him something that countless cultivators dreamed of. He knew what the consequences would be if he died here. Yet, after passing through the formation door and seeing the scenery in front of him, Fu Su temporarily forgot about his own safety. His attention was completely attracted by the setup of the ancient cultivators. The valley that appeared in front of him was like a dry river valley. There were no weeds or trees, only oval-shaped crystals that looked like pebbles. These crystals were like deep red rubies. They were slightly transparent, and they were flowing with hot air. There seemed to be golden flames burning inside. From the outside, the clouds that seemed to cover the entire valley had been pushed aside and floated dozens of feet above the ground. At the center of the dry river valley, there was an enormous building made from blue mountain stone. This building was extremely square and slowly shrank upwards. It was like a huge mausoleum, except that there were curved arches around the bottom and upwards every 10 meters or so. Verdant green trees and vines grew out of these arches, bringing with them an aura of vicissitudes and age. It gave people the feeling that this was a garden built by the royal family. But even if it was a garden built by the imperial family, such a sturdy building could not just be used to surround the rare flowers and trees inside. What is inside? Fu Su took a deep breath. He turned to look at forefather Ju, a hint of murderousness appearing on his usually benevolent face. No matter how you look at it, this is not a building to prevent cultivators from entering, but to trap the things inside. What other beasts are inside, and what do you want to use us for? There was only one step left. Forefather Ju fell to the ground, unable to sit still. But his face was flushed with excitement and anticipation. Since it is the last moment, there is no meaning in hiding it from you. He looked at Ding Ning and Fu Su. When he spoke, only half of his face could move, so he looked unspeakably vicious and strange. There is a flesh body inside, and a blind dragon trapped inside. Flesh body? Blind dragon? Hearing these words, even Ding Ning was shocked. There is a flesh body and a blind dragon inside. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmur to himself. What is a flesh body, and a blind dragon? Fu Su looked at him and couldn't help but ask. He had never heard of these two names before. They are both monstrous things. Ding Ning looked at him and explained with an odd expression. When some powerful cultivators die, The vital energy and primal energies of the universe accumulated in their bodies will not dissipate. Some of them will form a strange combination with the surrounding objects. The flesh body is one of the legends. When special plants and the corpses of powerful cultivators combine, they become a spirit body that is neither grass nor wood nor flesh. The effects of this kind of spirit body were first discovered by the cultivators of the Qi dynasty. Those grandmasters who cultivated yin spirits and ghosts found that if they refined this kind of spirit body, it would cause their bodies to undergo a strange change, and turn their bodies into a kind of spirit body that would not age easily. A kind of spirit body that does not age easily? Fu Su was slightly puzzled. Ding Ning said calmly, the simplest analogy is a zombie. A spirit body that will not die even if a part of its body is seriously injured, unless its body is torn apart, or its head is cut off. But at the same time, this kind of spirit body recovers extremely slowly. So even if you have a few holes in your body, these holes will stay for a long time. Fu Su finally understood why the king of Chu and forefather Ju had come here. The king of Chu and forefather Ju were truly in their twilight years, but they had powerful cultivation, especially the king of Chu. If his body turned into a spirit body like this, he would be able to fight against stronger opponents at the Deer Mountain Conference. The king of Chu was not an ordinary cultivator. Even if his body became a spirit body like this, his cultivation could not advance greatly. For him, time and the victory of the Deer Mountain Conference were everything. The blind dragon is not a true dragon, just a kind of giant worm that travels underground. While it has eyes, its eyes cannot see, and can only sense. But at the same time, it is very powerful, comparable to a Realm 7. So the cultivators in the past called it a dragon. Ding Ning looked at Fu Su and said, 30 years ago, even if the flesh body had not matured, forefather Ju, who came in after being injured, was not a match for it, much less when the flesh body was mature. But now, even if the king of Chu did not appear, he would have to pay a great price to kill it. So from the start, he just wanted me to lure this blind dragon away so he could take the chance to take the flesh body. You have indeed read a lot of books. Hearing Ding Ning speak as though he did not exist, forefather Ju sneered and said, but this will not change the result. Fu Su shook his head and said, you cannot do this. Ding Ning immediately frowned. He knew what Fu Su wanted to do, but he did not think it would be effective. Fu Su's words were ordinary, but unlike his usual words, there was an indescribable majesty and nobility in them. Even forefather Ju felt the abnormality. His gaze landed on Fu Su. I order you not to do this. Fu Su looked at him coldly and said slowly, because I am not an ordinary Gongzi Su, I am Imperial Son Fu Su. Forefather Ju's heart sank. He suddenly understood why existences like Mo Shocheng would appear here at the same time. So you are the most favored imperial son of the Yuanwu Emperor and the Empress, Fu Su. An indescribable emotion filled forefather Ju's heart. He inexplicably snarled. You order me to do this? Fu Su had the air of royalty. He looked authoritatively at forefather Ju and said, does the Ju family not want to establish themselves in Changling? The Ju family is me. I am the Ju family. Without me, can the Ju family establish themselves in Changling? Forefather Ju said disdainfully, child, this matter concerns my life. I need to use this wine shop youth's life to exchange for mine. You think I will listen to your orders? Also, I know now that I do not need to be in a hurry. Forefather Ju's body was almost unable to move, but a slow presence pushed his body to turn around. He looked at the valley behind him and said with some sympathy and even more disdain, child, you are also someone who has been abandoned. You. Fu Su's face paled. He was furious but did not know what to say. He instinctively shouted, you dare. Since I know your true identity, I cannot spare you, forefather Ju said seriously. Forefather Ju said seriously, today, I harmed your good friend's life. If I let you live, you will not spare me in the future. However, I will not kill you quickly. I can use you to put on a show so that Emperor Yuanwu and that woman Zheng Xiu will not act. Fu Su had not expected such a result. He turned to look at Ding Ning with a pale face. Sorrow and guilt appeared in his eyes. While it is a pity, He is more important than you right now. Forefather Jew looked at the silent Ding Ning and slowly said, "But if you can prove you are more valuable than him, I will let you live." Ding Ning raised his head, looked at him and said, "You are dreaming." Forefather Jew's gaze turned harsh. He did not say anything else. A black wind blew from under his robes and flung Ding Ning's body towards an arched door in front of him. Chapter 190. The power released by Forefather Jew was not strong, but the moment Ding Ning's body passed through the stone building, an even stronger power pressed on his body, causing his bones to creak as though they were about to break. Ding Ning's mouth dripped with blood again. He knew that this came from the power of the stone building's formation. Since Forefather Jew had come once, he naturally had some understanding of this formation. Forefather Jew also needed him to lure away the blind dragon, so he would not let him die so easily. So he was not shocked. With a muffled grunt, the countless little silkworms hidden in his body suddenly surged and furiously swallowed the cold fiendish energy that Forefather Jew had sent into his body. Soft sounds came from inside and outside his body, so fine it was frightening. But at this time, his body had been thrown into the depths of the green building. Forefather Jew, who was outside, could not detect it. There was a loud bang. His body fell heavily into the withered yellow leaves, splashing up the rotting leaves and dust that had been there for many years. The rotting leaves were dry and decayed, like they had been weathered. There was no moisture. All kinds of unknown trees and vines grew densely in the surroundings, filling the green building. Through the gaps between the branches, one could see many complicated runes on the inner walls of the green building. They were glowing faintly, naturally giving off a sense of holiness. There were some strange stone figures standing in the crowded forest. They had no facial features, but they emitted a strange killing intent. Knowing that the blind dragon would soon arrive, Ding Ning, who had landed in a corner of the green building, did not even adjust his landing posture. His body was like a half-pulled radish, lying strangely on the ground. But the little silkworms in his body swallowed even faster. Life and death were only a few minutes away. Under the frenzied swallowing of the countless invisible little silkworms, the cold energy that had blocked his meridians like black sand was completely dissolved. At this time, countless straight lines appeared in the withered leaves in front of him and rapidly extended towards his body. When these straight lines were still several meters away from him, a terrifying pressure had already pressed down on his body. Puff 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 puff. Countless straight tears instantly appeared on his clothes. Countless straight lines of blood also appeared on the skin under his clothes. In the next moment, his body seemed to split into countless pieces along these lines of blood. With Ding Ning's present cultivation, he could not match this kind of power. But his expression was still extremely calm. The countless little silkworms in his body disappeared at an unimaginable speed. The moment these little silkworms disappeared, his breathing and heartbeat completely stopped. The energy, blood, and flowing presence in his body seemed to have been sucked dry by these little silkworms. His skin had no warmth. He was clearly alive, but he was like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. The presence extending towards his body paused in puzzlement. It was just a pause, but the slight vibration caused by it caused all the withered leaves and vines in the surroundings to shatter into incomparably fine powder. In front of him, a ball of green, yellow, and grey mist appeared. Amidst the expanding fog, a mass of black appeared. Then, it quickly grew bigger and revealed itself. An enormous black head poked out of the mist and appeared in front of Ding Ning. This was a black head like an enormous catfish. Dozens of black fleshy feelers floated in the jaw, but it had no mouth or eyes. On the flat and black head, there were only a dozen or so shining spots that looked like black gems. The head, which was larger than several adults combined, did not have any facial features. This made people feel strange, and the cruel and powerful light shining from the black spots made people feel that the aura of death was drifting. This enormous black head moved closer to Ding Ning. The energy it gave off pressed onto Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's bones gave off explosive sounds again. His flesh was about to be torn into threads. Yet, the countless little silkworms in Ding Ning's body silently appeared and covered his flesh. His entire body seemed to have turned into a cocoon. This strange black insect was naturally the legendary blind dragon that was as powerful as a Realm 7. It could not see, but its perception of presence was dozens of times greater than ordinary cultivators. At this time, the dozen or so black gem-like spots on its head flashed violently, showing that it was truly puzzled. A fleshy feeler floated in front of Ding Ning's chest. The clothing in front of Ding Ning's chest turned to powder. A black crack appeared in his chest. All of this was clear to Ding Ning in his consciousness, but his mind still maintained absolute calmness and did not change at all. The blind dragon's head moved back slightly. It paused for a few breaths, shook its head slightly, and circled Ding Ning's body a few more times. Then it slowly retreated, disappearing into the dust that had not yet dissipated. Sensing the blind dragon's retreat, Ding Ning did not feel any joy. He could not stay here forever in this state. If any presence leaked from his body, this retreating blind dragon would turn back. Also, with the intelligence of this powerful beast, it would realize that it had been fooled by him. There was no chance of using the 9-death silkworm to trick the blind dragon. Ding Ning still believed he had a chance of survival. His body still seemed to be dead. There was no flow of energy or warmth, but the countless little silkworms in his body started to move again. Like spitting out silk, these little silkworms slowly spat out some energy that seeped out of his skin. His body was covered in pale white color. Then the threads of pale white energy started to gather into a flow that flowed on the ground in front of him. The pale white energy twisted and turned into the shape of multiple small swords that penetrated into the ground in front of him, leaving behind crisscrossing marks. Ding Ning's body recovered at this time. The energy and blood in his body surged. He took a deep breath, and an ear-piercing sound appeared in the air. In this moment, the blind dragon that had been far away sensed the presence here. A gust of wind suddenly formed between the silent vines. Countless branches and leaves collided and gave off terrifying sounds. A tyrannical aura that was as vast as a mountain was traversing through it. The black head once again appeared in Ding Ning's sight. Blood started to flow from the wound on Ding Ning's chest. He narrowed his eyes and saw the blind dragon clearly this time. Behind the enormous black head was a round body like a worm. Yet this body was extremely thin, like skin wrapped around bones. Waves of energy surged out from under the blind dragon like invisible swords moving through the ground. Unlike last time, the power it displayed this time was even more terrifying. Waves of dust sprayed up from the ground. Just the power contained in the waves of dust was something Ding Ning could not resist. Yet Ding Ning's eyes showed a hint of unprecedented majesty. "I want to talk with you." He raised his head, looked at the blind dragon, and spoke calmly and authoritatively. At the same time, he gripped the last flower remnant sword and swung it towards the ground in front of him. A sword light landed. This sword light was extremely weak to the blind dragon. However, the sword mark left behind by this sword light was perfectly connected with the previous sword marks. A unique aura flowed out from these sword marks. It didn't have any substantial power, just a very faint aura. Yet this presence seemed to be evenly distributed in the surrounding world, permeating into the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings, even into this strange indigo building, and even into its body. A tremor rose from its body and quickly spread through its entire body. Its advancing body and power stopped, and then the entire space started to tremble. It felt even more puzzled, and then terror. That presence surpassed its cultivation. It had only sensed such a presence from the cultivator who had created this building to trap it. "I can let you out." Looking at the blind dragon that had stopped, Ding Ning knew he had won the gamble. He took a deep breath, looked at it with even more authority and coldness, and said slowly. Then he did not even look at this powerful and terrifying beast, turning to look at the indigo palace wall on the side. Destruction is always much easier than construction. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also to the blind dragon. He spoke slowly and swung the last flower remnant sword in his hand again. Several streaks of weak sword energy shot out from the tip of the damaged sword, stabbing into the frozen air. But in the next moment, it seemed to disturb countless invisible lines. Several streaks of green lightning visible to the naked eye surged in front of him. With a boom, multiple thigh-thick indigo lightning bolts spread out from the tip of his sword and landed on the seal scripts on the inner walls of the indigo building. The indigo building did not shake at all, but the ground inside, under the fallen leaves, gave off fine gusts of wind. The enormous blind dragon retreated dozens of feet. Its body started to tremble violently, but all of the power it had released quickly shrank towards its body. "It seems we can have a good talk." Ding Ning took a deep breath, looked at its body and said slowly. Chapter 191. This was Realm 3 vital energy power, but the sword marks in front of him slowly released a concept that even Realm 7 cultivators might not be able to understand. For cultivators, when encountering such a situation, they would ponder how such a thing could happen, what kind of background Ding Ning had, and what secrets he was hiding. But for the blind dragon that had been trapped here for so many years, it only sensed the presence itself. While it could not speak, it possessed great intelligence. When Ding Ning's sword energy disturbed the formations in the indigo building, and stirred up the familiar indigo lightning, it started to understand that it might be able to escape this prison. Thinking that it might be able to escape this prison, its body trembled even more violently, and its stomach growled like thunder. It was growling because it was very hungry. It was a carnivorous spiritual beast, surviving by devouring blood and chi. However, the powerful cultivators who had trapped it in the past knew of its ability to endure hunger, so they did not provide it with enough food. Over the years, its food had only been the insects that grew in the green building, as well as some birds and beasts that accidentally trespassed into the green palace. Although it could barely survive, the hunger of so many years was the greatest torture, let alone the fact that it did not have freedom. It looked at the blue sky outside, but could not come out. The king of Chu and forefather Ju had waited for decades, but they had not waited as long as it. So many years of waiting in exchange for today's possibility. Looking at Ding Ning's calm and authoritative posture, it trembled all over. Then it lay down on the ground, and even its head was pressed to the ground. This was a sign of its obedience. Seeing the blindness above its head turn to obedience, terror, and pleading, and hearing the thunderous growls from its stomach, Ding Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of sympathy. The blind dragon's perception was many times stronger than ordinary cultivators. At this time, it even sensed Ding Ning's sympathy. It immediately lowered its body as though it wanted to sink into the thick rotten leaves below. "I do sympathize with your situation right now. I will let you out. But you will first have to help me save my friends." Ding Ning looked at it and said these words. Then he said simply, "Flesh body." The blind dragon could not completely understand the meaning of his previous words, but it had heard the words flesh body many times. In the next moment, its head started to sway in terror. Ding Ning frowned. He started to make some simple gestures as he spoke. "You mean to say, the flesh body also has a powerful formation that prevents you from approaching?" The blind dragon understood and started to nod. Ding Ning took a deep breath. He completely understood forefather Ju's intentions. Forefather Ju only wanted to use him to distract the blind dragon for a moment. As long as he could enter the formation protecting the flesh body, and as long as the blind dragon could not stop him before he entered the formation, he could smoothly obtain the flesh body. Therefore, forefather Ju would refine the flesh body inside. If he refined the flesh body inside, when he encountered this blind dragon when he left, even if he suffered some losses, he would not die here and could escape. "Take me there." Ding Ning looked at the blind dragon and said in a tone that brooked no refusal, "I will think of a way to break the formation." The blind dragon looked up slightly. It was slightly doubtful. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He knew what he needed to do now. So he slowly exhaled and released the countless invisible little silkworms hidden in his body. The invisible little silkworms covered his body and started to consume the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings, and any kind of primal energies of the universe. Rustling sounds appeared in the air. In the blind dragon's mind, it was a completely different scene. It seemed to see an enormous being at the top of the food chain, an enormous being that could consume anything. This kind of presence was the same as the state shown by the sword marks, enough to make it tremble. It no longer hesitated and turned around. Its enormous body quickly moved through the dense forest and immediately opened a circular path in front of Ding Ning. Ding Ning followed closely behind. After a few dozen breaths, the blind dragon stopped. The trees and vines in front of the blind dragon were no different from the rest of the green building, but there was a clear green line in front of it. Among the withered leaves, there were many green crystals peeking out. The green flames emitted by these green crystals merged into one, like a wave of blue waves. Ding Ning's brow furrowed deeply again. He closed his eyes. Countless invisible little silkworms surged out of his body and slowly released the primal energies of the universe they had consumed. This kind of presence terrified the blind dragon, and it crouched on the ground again. As the invisible threads spat out by the little silkworms spread through the air, some clear lines appeared in Ding Ning's mind. Cold winds howled, and snow and frost danced in the air appeared in his mind. In such a frosty picture, countless green crystal dust was spreading, as if countless ghosts and ghosts were waiting for fresh flesh and blood to be served. Starting now, we must trust each other. Ding Ning opened his eyes and said calmly and seriously to the blind dragon. Then he reached out, like he was touching a friend, and put his hand on the blind dragon's head. The blind dragon's body stiffened slightly. Terrifying energy rose around its body. The air crackled, and energy rushed up from the ground. But Ding Ning's hand did not hesitate or shrink back, and still landed on it. The moment his hand made contact with the blind dragon's body, the terrifying energy disappeared. The blind dragon's body was still stiff, but the black gem-like eyes flashed with even more strange flames. I will definitely let you leave this cage. Ding Ning pulled back his hand and then solemnly repeated. Then he said, I want to break this formation, but I do not have enough power. I need you to trust me and use some of your power to help me break this formation. The blind dragon still looked stiffly at him as though it did not understand. Ding Ning glanced at it and then swung his sword. The last flower remnant sword in his hand left behind a sword mark on the ground next to him. Then a wave of vital energy shot out of his left hand and entered the sword mark. Then he pointed at the sword mark and said to the blind dragon, me. Then he sent another wave of vital energy into the sword mark and said, you. The blind dragon froze for many breaths. Suddenly, its body moved. It nodded. A beautiful smile appeared on Ding Ning's face. But he was still not in a hurry to act. He used the remnant sword to draw two figures on the ground. One was Forefather Ju's figure, the other was Fu Su's enemy. He pointed at Forefather Ju's figure and said, friend. Then he pointed at Fu Su's figure and said. The blind dragon hesitated for a moment. Then it understood his meaning and nodded. Ding Ning looked up. But then he seemed to think of something. He bent down and drew a round figure on the ground. This was the outline of the blind dragon. Then he pointed at this figure and said to the blind dragon, friend. These two simple words contained endless information for the blind dragon. A strange sound came from its body, and the light in its blind eyes kept flashing. It was trying its best to sense. Ding Ning looked calmly at it. It seemed to be infected by Ding Ning's calmness, and the presence around it calmed down. Ding Ning did not say anything else. He took several steps forward and stood in front of it in front of the green lines. This action caused the blind dragon's body to tremble again. It involuntarily nodded. Ding Ning swung his sword at this time. The last flower remnant sword in his hand split apart like a flower blooming. Countless sword energies shot out with the sword threads, creating countless fine paths in the air in front of him. Boom! The calm air in front of him suddenly surged with an astonishing chill. A blizzard seemed to be forming, annihilating everything. At this time, the blind dragon suddenly lifted its body. Many fleshy tentacles on its head began to flutter in the air. Waves of yellowish air rose from the ground under its body and surged into those fine lines. Boom! An enormous roar like two enormous ships colliding came from the space ahead. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the green crystals in front of it and Ding Ning. Then the green crystals shattered and the layers of light quickly faded. At this time, deep in the forest, at the center of the formation formed by the green crystals, there was a tall body tree. This body tree's branches and leaves were all a strange purple. A human-shaped purple fruit hung from its roots. This fruit was like a curled-up infant, its surface giving off a jade-like and fleshy light. At this time, Forefather Jew was sitting next to this fruit. The fingers of his left hand, the only thing he could move, were stabbed into this fruit. Waves of vital energy were absorbing the essence of this fruit and entering his body. His expression was greedy and overjoyed. At the side, Fu Su, who had been frozen among the withered leaves, looked at the expression on Forefather Jew's face with great disgust. It was also at this moment that, along with a terrifying rumble, a shocking wave of air mixed with biting cold chi surged over. All the leaves on the body tree fell. Forefather Jew's white hair flew in the wind. He shouted in disbelief, "What is happening?" Chapter 192. No one answered his question. After the astounding wave of energy passed and the dust dissipated, a youth's figure slowly appeared. Ding Ning! Fu Su's disgust immediately turned to joy. He shouted in joy. Ding Ning's features were still calm. Those invisible little silkworms had disappeared into his body long ago. His presence was normal, but in Forefather Jew's mind, he should have died long ago. Yet, he was still alive and well. Just from this, Ding Ning's figure was like a true ghost, and Forefather Jew felt terror from the bottom of his heart. With a crack, almost instinctively, a black sword light appeared in front of Forefather Jew. Then it sped up and charged towards Ding Ning's body. While the sword light was thin, it had the power to crush ordinary realm sevens. Along the way, the shattered green crystals on the ground were lifted up. The surface was covered in black frost like a true black comet tail, filled with an ominous presence. The sword was so fast that black ice quickly formed on Ding Ning's brow, but he did not move at all. Suddenly, a dozen black whiskers reached out from under the withered leaves behind him. It was as though he had suddenly grown a dozen black tails behind him. These dozen or so black whiskers seemed to be a little afraid of the green crystal that was covered in cracks around them. Their movements were a little sluggish and cowering, but the yuan qi that was emitted from them was extremely powerful. Pew 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 pew, a string of cracks sounded in front of Ding Ning. More than a dozen straight lines appeared on the ground in front of him. More than a dozen earthen yellow waves of energy surged out, easily shattering the oncoming black comet tail. In the next moment, they even easily shattered the small black cold fiendish sword inside. Forefather Jew's body convulsed in pain. He saw that behind the dozen blackbeards, a black head the size of a small hill was rising up from behind Ding Ning. That was undoubtedly the blind dragon he had seen before, the one that had been trapped here. But how could something like this happen? How is it possible? It has been starving for so many years. How can it not eat you and fight for you? Forefather Jew couldn't help but shout. Compared to freedom, hunger is only secondary. Ding Ning thought, but he felt there was no need to explain. So he only looked coldly at Forefather Jew and maintained his silence. Ding Ning's silence chilled Forefather Jew's heart even more. He suddenly realized that Ding Ning's gaze was slightly familiar. He suddenly thought of the scene where he had been cut in the stomach and fled in tears. In addition, the medicinal power of the flesh body that he had absorbed into his body had a reaction with his body. An immense pain rushed into his mind, causing him to howl in agony. Ding Ning moved at this moment. His body suddenly accelerated as he charged towards Fu Su. Forefather Jew started to see illusions. He felt his body sink. The people he had once killed appeared under him. They reached out, grabbed his almost unconscious body, and pulled him into hell. Even if I am going to hell, you will accompany me. He gave a shrill scream and flew backwards. The remaining fiendish swords in his meridians all came out of his body and shot towards Ding Ning and Fu Su. With Forefather Jew's cultivation and the condensed star fiendish energy, even if it was just one strand, not to mention Ding Ning's present cultivation, even Xue Wangshu might not be able to stop it. But looking at these fiendish swords, Ding Ning's eyes were filled with disdain. Many times, a person's fate did not depend on luck, but on their own personality and choice. In the past, Forefather Jew had tried to force people to submit by torturing women and children. That was why he had been cut in the stomach. Today, if Forefather Jew just wanted to flee, the blind dragon might not have chased. But now, he wanted to kill Ding Ning, and the blind dragon would fight with all its power. The blind dragon needed to rely on Ding Ning to escape this cage. The top of the Indigo building suddenly started to shake. This kind of shaking was because it felt the terrifying presence vibrations around the blind dragon. The blind dragon's body crashed to the ground like an enormous hammer. That tall purple body tree suddenly cracked. At the same time, pieces of earth floated up from the ground. These pieces of earth did not contain great power and did not directly attack Forefather Jew's body. They only concealed the blind dragon's energy vibrations. At the same time, the dozen black gem-like eyes on the blind dragon's head shot out deep yellow rays of light. These deep yellow rays of light gathered into one and swept towards the fiendish swords and Forefather Jew's body. The beam of light and the black condensed sword collided. Suddenly, countless tiny rays of light bloomed in the air. In the next moment, the black condensed sword completely shattered, shattering into countless tiny fragments that exploded like black stars. There was a terrifying explosion. The black flames and the deep yellow rays of light wove together and formed an enormous vermilion ball of light in the air. Ding Ning had already charged to Fu Su's side. Feeling the terrifying impact in the air, he immediately frowned and used the last flower remnant sword to form a sword seal in front of him. A muffled grunt came from his mouth. That powerful impact directly crushed the power of the sword seal he had used, and sent him and Fu Su flying. Bloody foam seeped out of the corner of Ding Ning's mouth, but his gaze was still extremely calm. Without Fu Su noticing, his elbow hit Fu Su's chest. Fu Su's chi and blood had been vibrating non-stop, and his eyes were filled with golden light. When Ding Ning collided with him, he felt his chest tighten, and immediately lost consciousness and fainted. Ding Ning coughed softly and grabbed the unconscious Fu Su to fall to the ground. A low roar of anger sounded in the air. Sensing that Ding Ning was wounded again, the blind dragon was furious. The deep yellow rays of light shooting out of its body landed on the ground. More than a dozen straight lines appeared on the ground and stretched towards the retreating Forefather Jew. Forefather Jew's cultivation was strong, but his energy sea was almost frozen. The slow release of vital energy was his greatest weakness right now. Facing these terrifying slashing essences, he did not have the time to gather power to deal with them. A dozen cracks immediately appeared on the surface of his body. These dozen or so powerful forces cut deeply into his body. Forefather Jew heard the cracking sounds coming from his body. He sensed that many of his organs and vital blood vessels had been cut. He sank into greater pain. Yet in the next moment, he found that he had not died. He sensed something. The despair and unwillingness in his heart disappeared. He looked down in shock at his body. The cracks in his body shone with a mesmerizing purple light. The cracks made him think of fresh purplish red radishes. Some strange and slightly bright liquid flowed out, but it was not the blood he was familiar with. Already, his gaze instinctively turned to his left hand. Then he saw half of the flesh body connected to his left hand had withered. Just half of it had already caused such a change in his body. His consciousness sank into his body. He sensed that his energy sea had collapsed under the blind dragon's attack, but the vital energy in his energy sea was no longer frozen. Pew 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 pew, with just a thought, countless vital essence and the collapsed heaven and earth yuan chi gushed out of the cracks in his body, and even his body was thrown high into the air by the recoil. Under the attack of these vital energy and primal energies of the universe, the cracks in his body seemed to grow larger. Yet, a mad smile appeared on his face. He felt a sense of smoothness and power he had not felt in a long time. These cracks in his body seemed to be new energy channels that his body had opened. One step into hell, one step into immortality. Forefather Jew laughed maniacally as his gaze landed on Ding Ning. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Since I am not dead, then the one to die is you. He looked at Ding Ning and said. Ding Ning looked up. A hint of strangeness appeared on his calm face. Then he gave a low shout to the blind dragon beside him and attacked again. Fine flowers bloomed on the last flower remnant sword. In the next moment, the sword turned into countless threads and created countless fine paths. The blind dragon reacted. Its fleshy feelers danced again. Waves of energy flooded out of its body and into those paths. All of the seal scripts on the interior walls of the indigo building suddenly shone with blinding light. Countless indigo bolts of lightning immediately covered the ceiling and started to flow. Forefather Jew, who had survived the calamity and whose body had undergone astounding changes, was at his proudest moment. Yet when he saw such terrifying lightning, and saw that his body was illuminated indigo by the indigo lightning, his eyes filled with terror and he screamed again. No. There was a loud rumble. The indigo lightning fell like a curtain. Ding Ning frowned deeply as he flew in front of the blind dragon. The pillars of indigo lightning were less than a foot in front of him. No lightning fell from the side where he and the blind dragon were. The two sides formed completely different worlds. Multiple pieces of debris flew out of the lightning. One of them had an alluring purple color. It was the half-withered flesh body. At the same time, the runes in the entire green building also emitted cracking sounds, and countless dust fell down like snow. The blind dragon, almost out of power, sensed something and suddenly looked up. A piece of indigo rock fell down. Then a second piece, a third piece. The roof of the indigo building collapsed and revealed large swaths of the sky. You can also die. Yet at this time, an unusually shrill howl came from the lightning. Forefather Jew charged out of it. His body was damaged to an unimaginable degree. His limbs were broken, and his body was riddled with holes by the lightning bolts. Yet, he was not dead yet. He seemed to have strength of unknown origin. As he howled, his damaged body and half an arm stabbed towards Ding Ning's chest. Chapter 193. The remaining half of Forefather Jew's arm moved with the sword. The last bit of vital energy in Forefather Jew's body shot out from between his broken meridians and bones. It cut through the surrounding air and created ripples of whirlpools. His power was not even a tenth of his usual power, but it was still far above Realm 3. The blind dragon sensed the presence of Forefather Jew's attack. It sensed the true and warm sunlight falling from the top of the shattered blue cage and hesitated. In this situation, it felt that if it helped Ding Ning stop Forefather Jew, it would be seriously injured. The cage was broken. If it was seriously injured, it may not be able to leave this place. However, just as it hesitated, Ding Ning took a step forward with a bang and arrived in front of it. His calm eyes suddenly shone brightly. Countless silkworm-like sounds rang out from his body. Countless strands of fresh aura seeped out from his flesh and blood at an unimaginable speed. They gathered in his meridians and rushed to every part of his body. His flesh, bones, the marrow river deep in his bones, and even his hair started to tremble inexplicably and gave off a strange and powerful presence. The blind dragon sensed Ding Ning's figure in front of it. It immediately felt ashamed. In the next moment, it sensed the presence emanating from Ding Ning's body and felt deep reverence. Forefather Jew heard the soft sounds coming from Ding Ning's body. His remnant body suddenly shook. He thought of a possibility and inhaled strangely. But the sword move could not be changed now. His remaining arm was less than 10 feet from Ding Ning. An unimaginable majesty suddenly appeared on Ding Ning's face. His left hand formed a sword seal and first swung forward slightly, creating several vital energy waves in the limited space. Almost at the same time, the last flower remnant sword in his right hand stabbed forward. The sword energy from the sword passed through the vital energy waves from his left hand. The waves of sword energy started to spin and quickly absorbed the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings. Pure white lotus flowers formed in the space several feet in front of Ding Ning. This was an unimaginable scene. The pure white lotus flowers gave off a holy presence, and gave off a soft light as though they did not compete with the world. They were perfect. Compared to these lotus flowers, Forefather Jew, whose body was damaged and only used his severed arm as a sword, looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Seeing this lotus flower, Forefather Ju, who was like a devil, seemed to see a ghost. There was a muffled sound. The lotus flowers in front of Ding Ning scattered. He shouted softly, his left hand gripping the sword hilt. His entire body vibrated like a string being plucked, but he did not take a step back. The sound of silkworms biting in his body grew louder. Pale white flames appeared on his skin. Those invisible little silkworms seemed to become tangible and scrambled out of his body. Forefather Ju had already looked like he had seen a ghost. When he saw this scene, his eyes filled with absolute terror. Ding Ning gave a muffled grunt. Blood seeped out of his mouth again, but the vibrating last flower remnant sword in his hand was swung forward without rest. The hard blade appeared extremely soft at this moment. The sword lights wrapped around Forefather Ju's severed arm like strips of cloth. Forefather Ju's energy had been released from his severed arm to fight against Ding Ning's sword lights. Yet, these seemingly soft sword lights were like strange millstones that ground away the powerful energy. Millstone, Forefather Ju screamed. Extreme terror caused him to lose control of any power in his body. His body trembled violently as he fell to the ground. Ding Ning's hands trembled weakly as he gripped the sword hilt. Yet he knew he could not show any weakness. He took a deep breath. His dignified features gave off even sharper murderousness. His sword left Forefather Ju's severed arm. Staring at Forefather Ju's face that was just inches away, he used all his power to stab towards Forefather Ju's neck. While the flesh body was something of legend to him, and Forefather Ju's survival in this situation surpassed his understanding. But a person's mobility could not leave the range of their body. If he cut off the spine and cut off the head, he did not believe Forefather Ju could continue to live. Crack! The cold sword cut into Forefather Ju's neck with an ear-piercing sound of friction. But Ding Ning's wrist twisted, and he was unable to cut off all of Forefather Ju's neck. The sword was stuck. "Your bones are really hard," Ding Ning sneered. He put more strength into his hands, and the sword cut through Forefather Ju's spine like a saw. Forefather Ju's body suddenly convulsed. He wanted to grab the sword that was deeply embedded in his neck, but he had no hands at this time. His body twisted in pain on the ground like a worm that had been nailed to the ground. 9 death silkworm, Forefather Ju gave up struggling after a few breaths. He looked dazedly at Ding Ning's face and squeezed out 3 words. Ding Ning sensed that all of the power in Forefather Ju's body had truly dissipated. He coughed softly and relaxed slightly. But he still used the sword to cut Forefather Ju's bones and did not respond. "You are actually his successor?" Forefather Ju murmured to himself. He left behind an heir. Ding Ning remained silent. With a crack, Forefather Ju's spine was finally cut. Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword started to cut the last bit of flesh from his neck. Looking at Ding Ning's cold gaze, the moment his head was cut off, Forefather Ju thought of the authoritative presence that flowed from Ding Ning just now, and the multiple different sword essences just now. He suddenly found something was wrong. Even if you are his heir, you cannot know Zheng Xiu's pure white lotus. An even greater shock suddenly surged through his body. This shock was even greater than the impending death. "You are right." Ding Ning spoke and put away his sword. Forefather Ju's voice was cut off. His head rolled forward along the uneven ground. Forefather Ju, who should have died before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, finally died. Ding Ning coughed softly and coughed up some blood clots. He sat down dejectedly. Looking at Forefather Ju's corpse, he did not feel much joy. Even if this was an enemy, the death of this person meant that another person from that era had disappeared. "You can leave." Ding Ning tiredly turned his head and looked at the blind dragon. He pointed at Forefather Ju's corpse and then started to gesture. "The formation here has been destroyed. You can leave. But before you leave, help me take care of his corpse. Also, there are some people outside the valley that you cannot defeat, but your perception should be stronger than theirs. So if you are careful, you should have no problem running away. Many powerful cultivators will come to the Wu Mountains soon." Try to hide if you can. Otherwise, I do not know what will happen to you. The slightly cowering blind dragon slowly understood some of his meaning. It remained motionless for a few dozen breaths. Then the long whiskers on its head started to sway. A powerful force caused Forefather Jew's body to split apart and then sink into the earth below. His body started to sink into the earth below. Finally, the earth churned and he disappeared from Ding Ning's sight. With a boom, a corner of the distant blue building's wall quickly collapsed. A wave of dust slowly floated over from the distance. The surroundings became completely silent. On the surrounding ground, only the unconscious Fu Su and the half-withered flesh body were left. Ding Ning adjusted his breathing. Resisting his exhaustion, he stood up and sat down next to the flesh body. His finger slightly touched this flesh body, and a few invisible little silkworms gushed out from between his fingers and palms, tentatively devouring some of the energy. His brow immediately furrowed deeply. The nature of this energy was very strange. Even his 9 death silkworm could not decompose it. If he truly refined this energy, if it flowed into his body would unavoidably undergo the same changes as Forefather Jew. He would become a spirit body like a moving tree, and naturally cut off countless possibilities for future cultivation. This flesh body was of no use to him. But after a moment of thought, he still reached out and grasped this flesh body. The heart-shaking sound of thousands of silkworms eating sounded again. The flesh body rapidly withered between his fingers, turning into grey sand and scattering. The energy of the flesh body that the countless little silkworms in his body had swallowed did not enter his body at all. It disappeared as the invisible little silkworms hid. The King of Chu was still waiting patiently. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. Wild gusts of wind swept out of the mist in front of him. Like a leaking raft, the primal energies of the universe that the formation carried started to disappear. The formation disappeared, and the mist dissipated. Chapter 194. Mo Shoucheng's eyes shone with an unusual light. He was the wisest old man in Changling. He knew that Forefather Ju did not have the power to destroy a formation like this. Then the change at this moment was an accident. The mist dissipated faster and faster. It didn't just scatter upwards and in all directions, the moisture even seeped into the ground below. As the moist water vapor disappeared, some of the Grand Sun primordial fire accumulated in the valley was completely released as the magic formation was destroyed. All the messy branches and vegetation started to burn fiercely. The entire mountain valley was filled with golden flames like sunflowers blooming. A green building appeared in their line of sight in the middle of the burning valley. The King of Chu's brow furrowed even deeper. He had entered this formation before Forefather Ju, and this blue building. Compared to Mo Shoucheng and Pan Ruoy, the beauty in palace attire, he had a deeper understanding of everything inside. Why would a cage like this be destroyed? At this moment, he did not even pay attention to the flesh body, and pondered this question with all his heart. In just a few breaths of time, the golden flames disappeared, leaving only ashes in the valley. The foundations of the green buildings were burned red, and as the heat rose, the cold mountain wind rushed in. A strong wind blew in the valley, and countless ashes were swept into the sky. As it cooled down, the blue building gave off an ear-piercing sound of collapsing from bottom to top. Cracks spread from the bottom to the top like vines. The entire pagoda-shaped green building was about to completely collapse. It was also at this time that 2 figures that were incomparably thin compared to the green building walked out from one of the arched doors, supporting each other. Pan Ruoy's eyes immediately lit up. She should be happy now. Yet, for some reason, she did not feel any joy. Maybe it was because she knew that according to the normal result, these 2 people should have died. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Mo Shoucheng's mouth. This is fate. He turned to look at the King of Chu and said seriously and emotionally, now and in the future, we have won the gamble. There was still no anger in the King of Chu's eyes. He stared at Ding Ning and Fu Su as though countless stars were flashing in his eyes. He sensed the presence of Ding Ning and Fu Su, and thought back to the scene of the blue building. A strange expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is impossible. He seemed to be replying to Mo Shocheng, but also seemed to be talking to himself as he shook his head and spoke. However, the impossible has become possible. Then, he smiled again. If the absolute impossible becomes possible, then there must be a possibility. I thought of a possibility. He turned with a smile and looked at Mo Shocheng. He said, victory and defeat are not decided in one moment. Mo Shocheng frowned slightly. He did not understand the meaning of the Emperor of Chu's garrulous words, but the other was not too dispirited and depressed after decades of waiting and planning had turned into a dream. This was something he found hard to understand, and even felt uneasy. Where is forefather Ju? The king of Chu asked gently, not looking at him. He turned to look at Ding Ning and Fu Su. He was one of the longest reigning emperors in the world. While he spoke calmly, he had an unimaginable dignity. Ding Ning coughed softly. His wounds were not light. The mountain wind that blew against him made him uncomfortable, the burning ground made him uncomfortable, and the dust that filled his nose made him uncomfortable, but all of these discomforts added together were not as strong as the discomfort the three people in front of him gave him. No matter if it was the long-reigning king of Chu, the teacher of the holy son of the Qin dynasty, Mo Shocheng, or Pan Ruoy, the master of the cultivation sect Weiyang Palace that the empress had raised, he knew them all. The change in expression in the king of Chu's eyes caused him to feel cold. You do not need to answer. Mo Shocheng's voice sounded at this time. There was absolute confidence in his eyes. While he could not kill the king of Chu, or even stop the king of Chu from leaving, he was certain that he and Pan Ruoy could take Ding Ning and Fu Su away. Ding Ning bowed his head and maintained his silence. The king of Chu's expression completely calmed. He did not speak and walked forward with his hands behind his back. Pan Ruoy immediately became nervous. The king of Chu was walking towards Ding Ning and Fu Su. Monarch, are you joking? Understanding what she was nervous about, the king of Chu, walking with his hands behind his back, said softly in disdain. He appeared to be walking slowly, but in a flash, he passed by Ding Ning and Fu Su and walked towards the ruined indigo building. Mo Shocheng's eyebrows rose slightly. Many silver dots of light suddenly lit up high above his head. The Emperor of Chu's body also slowly released a faint but powerful aura. He did not turn back and continued to walk. A faint layer of purple light appeared in the air around him. The silver dots of light in the sky grew brighter like dozens of silver stars were floating there. But the king of Chu's expression was still unusually calm. When he walked to the center of the ruins of the indigo building, where the flesh body should have been, a crimson Buddhist bead appeared in his hand. His brow furrowed slightly as though he was in slight pain. The crimson Buddhist bead suddenly disappeared from his hand. At the same time, a vast and terrifying presence spread from his palm. The faint purple light in the air around him suddenly became incomparably bright, and a huge purple lotus platform as big as a mountain appeared in everyone's line of sight. Without any sound, all the broken pieces of the green building instantly turned into extremely fine dust, spreading outwards. The enormous indigo wave of dust rose dozens of meters high like a real tide and spread towards the entire mountain valley. Pan Ruoy shouted in shock and anger. A small snowy white sword flashed out in front of her and landed between the dust wave, Ding Ning and Fu Su. Yet what caused her to pale was that the dust wave did not have much power. However, when it came into contact with the sword light emitted by her small sword, the huge wave of dust exploded to both sides. Do not worry, the king of Chu has left. Mo Shocheng turned around and said softly to her. At the same time, his body seemed to give off invisible threads, and the star-like light in the sky quickly disappeared. Pan Ruoy was silent. The small snowy white sword circled around Ding Ning and Fu Su before flying back to her and disappearing like it had melted. The clear sword energy formed a tornado that sucked in all the dust around Ding Ning and Fu Su. Ding Ning took a deep breath. The unusually fresh air in the surroundings did not make it difficult for him to breathe, but the uncomfortable feeling in his body did not decrease and grew stronger. He turned around and looked at the center of the spreading indigo wave of dust. When the king of Chu had left, the power that had destroyed all the remnants of the indigo building had been astounding. All the dust had spread out from the center, so the center was the first to become clear. Ding Ning narrowed his eyes. He saw that all the traces had disappeared. Where the enormous indigo building had been, it had caved in like a crater created by a meteor. Mo Shouqing calmly watched as the dust dissipated. He thought for a long time and then looked at Ding Ning and Fu Su. He asked the same question as the king of Chu had just now. Where is forefather Ju? Fu Su was slightly shocked at this scene, and also felt joy at surviving a calamity. But more than that, he was dazed. He instinctively shook his head and looked at Ding Ning. Killed by the blind dragon. Ding Ning slowly answered, there is a blind dragon inside. Mo Shouqing looked at him and continued to ask, other than the blind dragon? There is also the flesh body, Fu Su answered first. Forefather Ju refined the flesh body but was still killed by the blind dragon, Ding Ning continued. Mo Shouqing looked gently at him and said, the blind dragon was able to kill forefather Ju, but why did it not kill you? Why was the formation here destroyed? That blind dragon was very hungry. Ding Ning's uncomfortable feeling grew so strong that his body started to tremble. But he still said in a calm tone, this building is an enormous cage to it. I told it that I may be able to help it obtain freedom. Hearing these words, Mo Shouqing frowned. Even Pan Ruoy said in disbelief, how is it possible? How can a hungry blind dragon listen to you? Because I comprehended some secrets of the formation inside and activated some seal scripts of the formation. Ding Ning coughed softly and looked at her. He said, it chose to believe me. Mo Shouqing looked at him and asked, I want to know the details of forefather Ju's death. Ding Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he shook his head and said, I do not know. Before forefather Ju was killed, Gongzi Su and I were knocked unconscious by his power. So the battle between him and the blind dragon caused the formation to be destroyed. Mo Shouqing turned around and looked at the enormous pit. You are just guessing. You did not see forefather Ju's death with your own eyes. Then why did the king of Chu destroy everything here to hide? Ding Ning grew silent. He did not answer. He did not know how to answer. There were many suspicious points in this place to anyone, especially when he was facing the wisest old man in Changling. Eat this pill medicine. Pan Ruoy's left hand moved slightly. 2 milky white pills floated in front of Ding Ning and Fu Su. Maybe he did not want us to see any seal scripts in the ruins, and did not want us to detect the traces of the blind dragon's escape, she said with a cold expression. Mo Shouqing nodded and said, maybe. Chapter 195. The milky white pill was the precious spirit lotus pill. The noblest mistress of the Changling Imperial Palace, other than possessing an unknown method of manipulating star energy, also had a unique method of nurturing spirit lotuses. In order for the spirit lotuses to produce the lotus seeds she needed, the spirit energy of countless spirit veins in Changling had been channeled into the Changling Imperial Palace. While the spirit lotus pill was made from the leaves and petals shed during the growth of the spirit lotuses, the effects were astounding. When Ding Ning took this spirit lotus pill, he felt threads of cool medicinal power seep into his meridians. In an instant, the pain and dryness in his body disappeared. However, the discomfort in his heart grew stronger because he knew that Mo Shouqing had a thread of suspicion about him. Mo Shouqing possessed extraordinary status in Changling. Even if someone like him did not enter the formation like the king of Chu, and had no clues to deduce, even if his suspicions were like the white clouds floating in the sky without any foundation, such suspicions were enough to cast a shadow over Ding Ning. From a certain point of view, Mo Shouqing's suspicions about him meant that the noblest mistress of the Changling Imperial Palace would also have some suspicions about him. This was enough to decide his fate in Changling. Compared to Mo Shouqing, he had to worry more about the king of Chu. What had the king of Chu detected? What would he do next? A simple matter of using the power of the imperial palace to deal with forefather Ju had involved so many unpredictable and uncontrollable consequences. Ding Ning felt a wave of bitterness in his throat. The so-called fate of the heavens could never be decided by one person. Mo Shouqing's gaze moved away from the deep pit in front of him, and landed peacefully on Ding Ning and Fu Su. In reality, his attitude was not as serious as Ding Ning thought. While this matter was suspicious, he did not connect it to the 9-death silkworm. Also, after Xue Wangshu's battle with Liang Lian, he had a good impression of Ding Ning. He had some understanding of Ding Ning. He also knew that Ding Ning had astounding cultivation talent and comprehension ability. Even though Ding Ning had purposely concealed something, in the end, he had allowed Fu Su to live on. He had prevented the king of Chu from obtaining the flesh body, prevented Ding Ning from being killed. While the Deer Mountain Conference had not officially started, in his mind, as a cultivator of the Qin dynasty, Ding Ning had made the greatest contribution in this unprecedented event. He knew that Ding Ning had been preparing for the Minute Mountain sword trials. In his view, just this astounding contribution was enough to recommend Ding Ning to enter Minute Mountain sword sect to cultivate. So he looked calmly at Ding Ning and Fu Su with a hint of undisguised satisfaction. You left Changling with Forefather Ju because you wanted to see how the Deer Mountain Conference was like. Now that Forefather Ju is dead, I will take you to Deer Mountain. He did not say anything superfluous and only said kindly. The formation was destroyed, and the mist in the valley was emptied. The moisture in the mountain peak became even thicker because of this. On this side of the goddess peak, a heavy rain began to fall. Interesting. The king of Chu, whose face was covered in age spots and whose wrinkles seemed to have deepened, looked up at the clouds and rain. He smiled slightly and murmured softly to himself. He was not in a hurry to return to Deer Mountain and headed towards the goddess peak. Decades of waiting had come to nothing. He had not obtained the flesh body. Before the Deer Mountain Conference officially started, he had nothing to do. So he was very free. His mood was very relaxed right now. As one of the longest reigning monarchs in the world, he naturally had extraordinary aspects that ordinary people could not reach. He had spent his entire life fighting against some of the strongest people in the world. Of course, he knew that man planned, and the heavens dished. The cultivator who had set up the formation under the goddess peak was much stronger than him. He had spent a great deal of effort to build a cage to trap the blind dragon. Of course, he wanted the blind dragon to help protect the immature flesh body until he or his descendants could use it one day. But clearly, the cultivator who had set up the formation and the sect behind him had disappeared in the river of history. In his view, it was normal that he had not obtained the flesh body. Also, compared to the flesh body, he felt that he had obtained something more interesting. Putting aside the blind dragon, there is only one person in the world who can defeat the legendary Blue Lightning Sky Ultimate Formation. No matter how talented a person is, they cannot have that kind of insight. After saying the words interesting, his body floated up into the air and landed on a cliff at the mountainside of the goddess peak. He then sat down. He plucked some wild tea leaves from the rocks, and then used his vital energy to make a stone pot. He lit a burst of true fire, and then plucked a patch of clear water from the mist in front of him to boil tea like an immortal. The king of Chu smiled contentedly and murmured softly to himself, "Such a good rain." A light rain suddenly fell on the peak of Deer Mountain. In the temporary Chu palace, a cultivator with a white jade-like long sword at his waist sensed that this drizzle seemed to contain an unusual meaning. He raised his head warily. In the drizzle, he did not see anything other than the drizzle. But at this time, his heart suddenly tightened. In the next moment, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, and it was being forcefully crushed. With a poof, a mouthful of blood surged out of his mouth. This cultivator of the Chu dynasty did not even have the chance to scream before he fell down and died. An old bamboo hat appeared in the rain. Then, a slightly stooped grey figure appeared like a ghost under the bamboo hat. Cold wind, bitter rain, green vines, and chaos. Daoist Ku, you did not come to Deer Mountain earlier or later, but came at this time. I do not understand your intentions. Consort Zhao looked calmly at the grey figure in front of the door, shook her head and said. While she spoke calmly, her eyes were as gentle as autumn waters, and her actions were indescribably enchanting and seductive. The person under the bamboo hat grimaced. He slowly raised his head and revealed a plain face that looked to be in his 50s. We came from so far away for the matter of the crown prince. The man, who looked to be in his 50s and had a slightly stooped body, slowly said, "We wish to make the 5th prince the crown prince." Consort Zhao smiled brightly and said, "But the emperor has already made the crown prince." The man she called Daoist Kuyu said silently, "If Li Lingjun dies, another crown prince can be made. The Deer Mountain Conference is near. What the Chu dynasty needs the most right now is stability." Consort Zhao looked at him and said softly, "I do not understand why someone like you is determined to do something like this." After a pause, Consort Zhao looked at him and said, "Theoretically, you would not care if the 5th prince or Li Lingjun became the crown prince." The man she called Daoist Kuyu was silent for a moment and said, "I do not need to tell you the reason." Consort Zhao frowned slightly and said, "You cannot kill him. I did not come alone. Chu Chifeng also came, so Fan Wugo will not appear here." Daoist Kuyu looked at her and said seriously. When he walked into the palace, Consort Zhao had first said, "Bitter wind, bitter rain, green vines in chaos." This was not a poem describing the scene in front of him, but representing the 4 cultivators of the Chu dynasty. You were once the 4 strongest cultivators of the Chu dynasty, but you know that in these years, the Chu dynasty has produced grandmasters like Fan Wugo who can match you. Consort Zhao could sense his absolute confidence, but she was not nervous at all. She smiled and said slowly, "Also, you should know that even in the past, when you were said to be the strongest, it was because many people had not shown their full strength, and excluded some people from the imperial palace. So you still can't kill Li Lingjun today." She paused and then said seriously, "No matter what someone said to you to have you come here, this matter cannot succeed. So you should give up on such thoughts. His Majesty is not here." Daoist Kuyu shook his head and said resolutely. This represented his final decision. The King of Chu was not here, so he believed he could kill anyone here. So when he said this, his body seemed to suddenly fade in the air. Countless strange, faint, and seemingly traceless but unusually tenacious and powerful presences came out of his body. Like a spring rain, they seeped into Consort Zhao's body. These powers flooded towards Consort Zhao's heart. Consort Zhao's heart stopped beating and started to contract violently. "You are wrong." But Consort Zhao's expression did not change at all. She looked pitifully at Daoist Kuyu and said softly. Then she started to move, taking a step towards Daoist Kuyu. Daoist Kuyu's breathing and heartbeat suddenly stopped. In this moment, in his mind, Consort Zhao's heart seemed to become the hardest object in the world. The power he had seeped into Consort Zhao's body was unable to match her power. There was a loud boom. A huge boom resounded in the empty palace. A white fist, carrying a terrifying wave of energy, expanded at an astonishing speed in Daoist Kuyu's eyes. Daoist Kuyu let out a low growl, and all the power in his body surged out. 2 small, light green swords floated out from his hands, and slashed at the white fist. Crack! However, in the next moment, the 2 small light green swords turned into 2 shooting stars and flew backwards to an unknown place. The bones in his arms were completely shattered, and the bones in his chest were also completely shattered. Boom! His body flew back dozens of feet and smashed into the ground. Consort Zhao gently pulled back her fist. Her fist looked very tender and soft, but in the last breath, it had turned into one of the most terrifying weapons in the world. Daoist Kuyu continuously coughed up blood. He was so shocked he could not speak. "Now you should understand why I said you were wrong." Consort Zhao looked at him, her long eyelashes trembling. She said with slightly pursed lips, "Now you should understand why the emperor has favored me the most in these years, and why he is willing to put the future of the Chu dynasty in my hands. Because..." She looked at her fist and said slowly, "Because my hand can be soft, but it can also be hard, because I am the strongest person in the Chu other than him." Chapter 196. Bleak Wind, Bitter Rain, and Vines. Heavenly Works Pavilions Chu Chifeng, Humble Schools Daoist Kuyu, Whitestone Workshops Du Qingting, and Bamboo Mountain Workshops Zhu Yunwan. These 4 had once been the strongest grandmasters of the Chu dynasty, and could even represent an era. But today, Daoist Ku Yu, one of the 4 grandmasters, had been instantly defeated by demon consort Zhao, who was rumored to only know how to charm people. He had been defeated so easily that even the palace was not damaged. The scene looked even worse than a battle between low-level cultivators. As one of the 2 sides, Daoist Ku Yu naturally knew better than anyone the difference in power between himself and Consort Zhao. Consort Zhao's punch had not just destroyed his body, but also his Dao heart. How is this possible? So when he heard Consort Zhao Xiong's words, he said in a daze. In the past many years, the strongest cultivators in the world have never come from the Chu dynasty. Being good at using material things is the difference between people and animals. But relying too much on material things is the greatest weakness of your generation of cultivators. Consort Zhao looked coolly at him and said softly, using things to benefit oneself is the true path of cultivation. While this is simple, and any cultivator of the Chu dynasty understands, compared to the cultivators of the Qin and Zhao dynasties, you seem to lack energy from the start of your cultivation. If this was any other time, Daoist Ku Yu would have snorted at Consort Zhao's words and said that Consort Zhao was speaking nonsense. But after seeing the other's crushing punch, he had a completely different understanding. He grimaced. Is this what they mean by understanding the truth but being unable to do it? Consort Zhao smiled brightly and said, since you have seen my cultivation today, you should have some confidence in the future of the Chu dynasty and me. Daoist Ku Yu shook his head and said softly, I still do not have confidence. Consort Zhao Xiong's expression suddenly changed. A rare coldness appeared on her face. She said harshly, for a long time in the future, the Chu will not have someone stronger than me. You do not have confidence in me. Is it because of the people from outside the court? You are from Chu, why would you listen to the opinions of people from other dynasties? Daoist Bitter Rain took a deep breath. This was his last breath in this world, so the air he breathed into his chest and abdomen was exceptionally sweet. Consort Zhao's face turned even uglier. She could see that Daoist Ku Yu was seeking death, but even she could not stop a cultivator of this level from killing her. There was a soft explosion in Daoist Ku Yu's heart, and then this grandmaster of the Chu dynasty dropped his head and died. Consort Zhao clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them. A beam of essence qi appeared in the air above her head, rising into the sky like a smoke signal. Who is it that can make people like you and Chu Chifeng believe that it was wrong for our emperor to make Li Lingjun the crown prince? I can even send you to your death. She couldn't control her emotions as she looked at Daoist Ku Yu's corpse. She really couldn't understand. The night gradually passed, and the morning mist dissipated. A faint light silently flew down from the clouds. Endless Palace was the name of a palace in the inner palace of Changling. It was also a secret cultivation place the Empress had set up. The Empress came from the Basin Kendo ground. She had been a legendary cultivator during the wars against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. The cultivation place she set up naturally had astounding methods rarely seen in ordinary cultivation places. Pan Ruoi's fish-like steed was also extraordinary. At least, it had never appeared in the records of any cultivation records. Even with the addition of Ding Ning and Fu Su, this fish-like steed still flew very lightly. It did not show any fatigue after flying for a long time. High up in the air, Mo Shouqing's body naturally released a presence to offset the cold wind. There was not much difference between being high up in the air and when he landed. But when the steed landed, Mo Shouqing seemed to feel something heavy land in his body. He finally made up his mind and turned to look at Ding Ning. He said softly and guiltily, I must apologize to you. From the start, I purposefully concealed my identity. Ding Ning was silent. He thought, if he had to apologize, he should be the first to apologize. He thought that he could have easily used the Empress' power to deal with forefather Ju. But because of the King of Chu's appearance, things became so complicated, and he and Fu Su were in true danger. I know you must be very angry. Fu Su looked at Ding Ning's silence and grew nervous. After saying this, he didn't know what to say and froze where he stood. Ding Ning looked up at his nervous features and said, You do not have to apologize because I never asked for your identity. Fu Su stilled. He did not understand the meaning of the words. Ding Ning said calmly, I never look at the other's identity when making friends. Fu Su reacted. He looked joyfully at Ding Ning and said, You really do not care. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, As long as you do not care. Fu Su understood Ding Ning's meaning and nodded hard. Just like before. Hearing the two youths' conversation, Mo Shoucheng smiled slightly. In his view, this was a very childish conversation. How could the children of the imperial family, especially the future crown prince of the Qin dynasty, have true friends in the future? The wind was cold when the mountain was high. People who stood too high would not have friends. This was unavoidable. At this time, Deer Mountain was clearly visible. Looking at Deer Mountain that was not particularly outstanding among the surrounding mountains, Fu Su, who was in a good mood, could not help but turn respectfully to ask Mo Shoucheng, Principal Mo, what do we do next? Mo Shoucheng was the teacher of the Holy Son of Heaven, and also the principal of the main school that taught the members of the imperial family. But in these years, other than the Yuanwu Emperor, the Empress, and Huang Jinwei, not many people in the outside world could see him. So he found the title of Principal Mo refreshing. In fact, this form of address made him feel younger, and reminded him of many of the past. He smiled in pleasure and said benevolently, Next, we are going to climb the mountain, but not Deer Mountain. Fu Su stilled. He could not understand Mo Shoucheng's meaning at all. Even if they were going to climb other mountains, why did they have to land at the foot of the mountains? Why couldn't they just fly up? Mo Shoucheng looked at Ding Ning and said gently, That day, when you and Xue Wangshu walked into my sight, I have some understanding of you. From the start, you were valued by Wang Taishu because of your astounding judgment. Can you guess what Palace Master Pan and I want to do? Ding Ning thought for a moment and did not waste words. He said, The Holy One is coming to Deer Mountain in person. Other people do not need to consider the matters of Deer Mountain. We just need to ensure that we are not influenced by outside powers. A hint of emotion appeared in Mo Shoucheng's eyes. He said slowly, When the four emperors meet at Deer Mountain will be sealed off by the armies and cultivators of the dynasties. At that time, the closest distance to the peak of Deer Mountain will come from the peaks of these mountains. Fu Su seemed to understand and said in shock, You mean, even if the conference starts, people may fly over the peaks? This is a conference without any past events. Anything is possible. Mo Shoucheng looked at him and said, But true experts only need the right time. They do not need to fly over. They just need to have their power appear at the peak of Deer Mountain at the right time, and at the conference. Fu Su completely understood and said, So around Deer Mountain, any mountain close to the peak of Deer Mountain will be taken by astounding experts. You need to choose a mountain that can be climbed. There are so many grandmasters in the world. Who dares to feel they are invincible? Also, Palace Master Pan and I have not reached Realm 8. Even if we work together against the King of Chu, we do not have an absolute chance of victory. How can we guarantee that we can climb any mountain we want? Mo Shoucheng nodded. His gaze landed on the silent mountains in the dawn. Naturally, we can only find a mountain that can be climbed. The morning light was faint, and the dew on the grass gave off a glowing light. Mo Shoucheng and Pan Ruoy slowly walked to the foot of a mountain. There was no change in presence, but all the dew on the grass at the foot of the mountain fell down at the same time. Even though each drop of dew was extremely small, it wouldn't make any sound even if countless of these drops of dew were to drip to the ground. However, when all the dewdrops fell at the same time, it brought about an unimaginable aura. With a swoosh sound in the air, an invisible tide formed in the mountain forest, so grand that it was simply unimaginable. After the previous questions, Fu Su knew that there were likely great grandmasters in these calm peaks, but when he sensed such a level, his face still lost color and grew paler. Ding Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He was certain that this mountain was not one that Mo Shoucheng and Pan Ruoy could fight over. He knew that Mo Shoucheng and Pan Ruoy wanted to use a small price to guarantee that they would be able to fight at full power during the Deer Mountain Conference. The moment he had this thought, Mo Shoucheng and Pan Ruoy stopped in front of him and walked towards another mountain. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.